Today is fine day in California. Huh? True.
さて、一丁決めてくるか。クールに決まったぜ。
Alright folks, good morning and welcome to what quite possibly could be the last day of Imperator Rome. We're at 18 years left to go. I wanted to get an early start on this, but we got double the late start. One, because unlike the past couple of nights, Onyx has not been a very kind cat in the morning. No longer letting me sleep through my sickness. Now he's scratching, meowing loudly, scratching at my face if it's out of the blanket, and so my body overcompensates by sleeping until 11. And then, after starting stream, OBS disconnects 12 fucking minutes in. Thank goodness I didn't unpause. I was like, well, what the fuck ever. I'm not gonna have like one 8-hour stream and one 12-hour stream prefacing it. Just start the whole fucking thing over. Twitch streaming. Anyway, 18 years left to go, and our little Syracuse has come a whole long way. Kicking Rome over the Alps so it's nothing more than a llama or an alpaca, sitting in the barbaric German lands. Carthage extinct. The Greeks united under me, except... that's us. Knidos. Knidos somehow escaped my notice because of the way this game does borders. You don't really see the blue except for at the border, even if I zoom really out. So smaller countries, you can see all the yellow, the pink, the green. Plus, if I gotta zoom all the way out for the colors to become more dominant, it kind of erases. It's just one tiny island. Armenia been taken over. Egypt, extinct. Persian Empire out of Persia. India, conquered as far east as I wish to conquer. So, Knidos is going to be a goal for today. Filling in some gaps. Though I do have 2 disloyal governors that we ended up with yesterday. Lower Egypt, Greece. 2 disloyal, pursues their own goals. They were at 0 yesterday. Now they're up to 21. Power base of supporters was much bigger, and they had like a foreign benefactor. that was keeping their loyalty at 0. So what I think happened is that Armenia, when we were invading them, probably sent out a couple of missions to inspire disloyalty in the governor. And now that Armenia is rendered extinct, they don't have their benefactor, they're back up to 21 loyalty. So Lower Egypt will give you free hands, get them back under control. Greece, we could actually hold a triumph for them. He's already got free hands. I can't bribe him because he was already persuaded. And I gotta wait until 7/11. September 7/11. But I can hold a triumph for him. It'll increase his loyalty by 20 for 10 years, but it also loses his command. So he becomes more loyal, while also losing his governorship. And it's at that point that OBS disconnected. It was really dumb. So who are we gonna have be governor of Greece? Put my cousin back in place? They're upset because they're missing one job. Will they take a boat? Let's put this to a boat. There's an Agathocles with 6 martial and 57 loyalty and no corruption. We'll put Dioscorides here because he's already got 8 corruption. And then we'll give him to Lower Egypt. Zero corruption, 44 loyalty, 6 martial, 10 finesse. And then who is going to be my governor for Greece? Leostratos is down to 21 loyalty. Revoked office gives -5. Brought to trial gives -30. Leostratos isn't getting Greece. Agids are no longer a great family. Because Thrace was eliminated, the country that the great family belonged to no longer exists, and thus they become a minor family again. We had a bonus Agid great family because of Thrace. We were infected off of Thrace. 1 corruption. He's deceitful. Zero corruption, 63 loyalty, no finesse. Zero corruption, 75. Slightly better finesse. Whatever, it's baseline. 5 and 5. 30 corruption, corrupt and crafty. Fine, Agid, you can have it. The Agids could finally have jobs now that they're all minor characters. So, let's drop the rest. Greece is in movement, they're locked in. Okay. Egypt. Can't raise them until next year, January 13. So that hasn't changed. They're still at the same January 13. January 17, Greece. And hey, more military tradition we can unlock. I think the only things I want to get from here are more light infantry stuff. Light infantry morale, offense and defense. Light cavalry. Okay. Camel stuff, war elephants, there. Light infantry offense. Light cavalry, light cavalry. That's only light infantry alone. Let's do... light cavalry cost, heavy cavalry. Thought I had a stack someplace. I just saw it. Light infantry morale, light infantry offense defense. Yeah, 15-15. We'll go for morale. To the 15-15 for offense defense. And we have until next year. You guys loyal, right? 79, 72. This guy is leader's disloyal. Because Agathocles don't have enough, and so you've dropped a bit, didn't you? He's already got free hands. He's upset because... they revoked free hands. Power base of supporters minus 57.2. If he wants to spend his life sailing his party boat across the Mediterranean. Governor of Greece is already fucking causing issues. Say he's doing a fine job. We all gain corruption. Drop his loyalty. Because he's taxing people too hard. So send a representative to enforce the rules. So where is he going? He's going out to party with the rest of his friends. Nose is getting itchy. Feel a sneeze coming on. Barbarians roaming out of the country. There's more barbarians down there. Are you guys willing to settle down? No. Okay. Barbarians coming back over here. All they have to do is accept my offers, and they would be so much happier. December already. Coming of the city of Shaharga. We needed that for that mission, right? No, that's Pernajasthana, that I made a city over here. And then made the capital of Hellenistic Kashmira. For this mission, wait. Well, I'm confused. Because that's finished already, that's finished already. Expanding the workforce requires that these guys are importing something they cannot possibly produce. Turns out Kashmira is no longer a breadbasket. So let's import them some grain. And that completes the mission. Sakala has a court of law and a granary. Court of law? Granary and aqueduct are the three things they need. Okay. Less library, more granary. And I guess we'll prospect. Completed next year. So we could raise folks here already. Let's go ahead and start a war to claim this. They got 2,300. Take Taviene. Those would just be passive stuff that I just sit over. Oh, that was the wrong side. That's all of that. Persis. That's fine. We'll pitch him in from both then. These guys have got a 5-year truce on. Nidos, let's bring you back into the fold. Take Sporades. We've got to wait a little bit though. January 13th. 3 days after my birthday. 31,000. Allurica, I don't see any fort on you. So let's take Celtica. We're gonna start off with some easy wrap-up stuff. And I don't think we have a claim on Ibasim. We don't, so let's fabricate one. And then I think I'll start by taking out some stuff over here. These two are Sikeliotes because, well, this one's Sikeliote. They're both Hellenic, but this one's Sikeliote because they broke off in a revolt after we consumed too much Carthage at once. So warring against these guys will make my own people hate me for a little while. So when my boats come over, we'll bring them here and then boat us across. Who's in your defensive league? Just this triangle. And they have one fort back there. That's their one fort. Everyone else, 2 forts, actually. So not so easy pickings. Oh, these guys want to settle. Good, let them. My guys are gonna hate me for as long as this war goes on, so let's do it. In fact, let's hire these guys too. Just to start sieging down places. Declare war, take Pannonia Secunda, and her allies. Thankfully, they've only got one capital to take. These guys got two I gotta pick up. That guy's got the one. Victorious. 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 And then just gotta sit and wait. 184th Olympiad. This guy's Zoroastrian. Persian Empire is Hellenic. Bactria is Hellenic. Knidos is Hellenic. Hellenic, Hellenic. Apart from us, those are the last remaining Hellenic powers. Gemstones in Harvan. Replaces wood. Gemstones are forever. They hired mercenaries. Let's go poach them. Just so we could have an extra guy. And then we wait for these preliminary sieges to finish. Forget I was paused still. My Sikeliotes. Despite at war with the country, this culture, it's only -10. So they're still at a respectable 24. 24 is okay. Sure they're gonna want to go. They're trying to make a big fight of all this. Oh, I guess it makes sense because they're at near minimal morale. So 7,000 at max morale versus 13,000 at low morale is a good fight for the 7,000. If we didn't have more guys on the horizon. We didn't make it over yet. Somehow we won and wiped out all of them. That is a miracle. Olympic Games, Persian Empire won. Governor of Lower Egypt died of dysentery. I put someone of our family in place. And right away they die. Well, there's no other Agathocles that aren't duplicitous bastards. Here you go. He's a Hindi Agathocles, somehow. 17 years of age. You know what? Sure, he's got no corruption, he's got decent loyalty. We can't force convoit though because he's not at 60 loyalty. Barbarians are hassling down there. They don't want to settle. They ain't settling for anything less than everything. Nidos hired mercenaries, but they're so far away. I love when they hire mercenaries, but they're permanently in exile, practically. They just make the work a little bit easier for me. Where you going? Adirium? Alright. Because you're going here anyway. The influence of Agathoclid family. 5-2, corrupt and ailing. Governor Celtica, 3-2. These guys are kind of weak sauce. Frail, monotonous, silver tongue, and unnoticeable. How is someone going to be both a silver tongue and monotonous at the same time? He's monotonous and unnoticeable, so he's really, really boring. Except when he wants to try, then he's really impressive. Governor Cappadocia. We got money, cover the repair costs. They're locked in, they're march maxing. Little of value there. Siege of Telos complete. So Nidos is finally added to the Empire. They should have been a long time ago, but they're so tiny I didn't see them. Why are my boats here in the middle of nowhere? Let's go pick up these guys. 31,000 could be useful elsewhere. And then my sieges over here, 42%. Oh, that's been done over here. Because they don't, that's right, they don't have a fort. All I had to do was march in and wait. Celtica, now mine. Siege 1. I just need this siege 1, that's just gonna take a while. Which means having to chase down these armies in the meantime. More mercenaries hired. Onomasted. Governor of Palestine, member of Agathoclid family. At least 79. Is it murdered at 23 or whatever? We just can't hold on to people. Leostrados, 0 loyalty. Pretender, -10. Scorn family, -10. Through no fault of my own, I'm trying, okay? Brought to trial, -30. Revoked free hands, -12. Revoked office, -5. Palestine, I'm not using their troops for anything right now. We don't have any major wars ongoing. So I guess we could appease him, make him a governor here. He's got no corruption, that's the important thing. Devoured their troops. And another easy war complete. They were having fun, grabbing some easy stuff. Batavian is complete. Taba. Let's see, forts. We don't need that there anymore. Nidos, Insporades, delete it. Agathoclid family. He's disloyal? There, the 2 disloyal fleets can hang out. Oh, there's literally no other Agathoclid, so we're gonna get a -10 from all Agathoclids. $52 loyalty. Well, see, he'd still be scorned. I need somebody extra to put in somewhere. We're at 10 out of 11. Mission complete. Oh, Growth of Sakala's done. This is still waiting until the next 3 days. 1, 2. Complete. Complete. Fairly alright stats. Finish mission. Now what do we have now? Growth of Palestine. Matter of Asia still. When the region of Asia is under Hellenistic influence. Is it not? I've conquered it all. It probably wants me to get provincial loyalties up to 90 everywhere. Which is doable. That's the one reason I don't want to do the Matter ofs anymore, because I did the Matter of Illyria. Well, there's just a couple of places left. I was like, alright, easy. Conquer them, easy. Get them up to 90 loyalty. But there's no cities here, and everyone hates me. Improve the infrastructure in regions under our control. Alright. Also, my nose is getting a bit stubby right now. Ugh. So I don't just make sicky noises all throughout stream. Let me pop a couple of Sudafed. Real quick like. Get that decongestant into me. Okay. Growth of Palestine. Let's do it. Azatos. Fort level greater than 1. Then Fruits of Paeria. Farming settlements and food producing areas. Farming settlement. Farming settlement. Farming settlement. Farming settlement. Alright, easy. Mining settlements. Because they produce stone. Then this triangle here. Mine. Mine. And mine. Mine. Now, of course, breads and circuses is always better. National freeman happiness all throughout the world. Merchants is always great. Pop assimilation speed. Aramara has city status. All the way here. With their 11 population. Okay. Produces, imports vegetables. They gotta import wood or olives. And that'll complete. Tyros breeding program. To import horses. Plus it needs Granary of Palestine. And I prefer breads and circuses for national freeman happiness. Aqueduct, Court of Law, Granary. Okay, that's everything set into place. Now we simply wait. They picked up more mercs. They're so funny like that. Let's hire off more of their mercenaries. I'm just gonna hire them all off. Except that costs money and I don't need to. Give me all the regions. And there's a lack of a construction leader here. What were they making? Grand Garrison's 1, garrison size, research points locally, national freeman happiness, +2, delete it. No Grand Acropolis for you. Carcassonne has 3 forts. This guy's got so many forts. What's he overcompensating for? Right, we got the Banana League here. The Banana League has so many forts. And this chair sinks so much. Let's go for the Banana League. Gonna start with a whole lot of wrap-up. $7,000 will send you here. 16K sends you on down. You two together. We'll start. With this fort. And then send our... This is Macedonia still, right? Yeah. Send the Macedonians over to help out. $2,000. Oh, that's from Moesia. For Thrace, 10,000. It becomes bothersome when we have to chase down all the little flies they send everywhere. It's why I prefer to just set guys to siege and leave them beige. Deceitful. Oh. Usually when I get an event like this, there's an opportunity to lose a negative trait or lose popularity. Instead, we only lose popularity. We're not going to lose the deceitfulness. 300 boats. We got 300 boats now. Could I fit everyone here onto these 300 boats? I could fit 150 guys? 150,000? I'm going to assume no then. Excuse me. Innovation's what I'm aiming for. We got integrated culture happiness. Pop conversion speed is what we were aiming for yesterday. Let's get that pop conversion speed 15%. Same energy happiness, population growth. Soothsayers. This is all military stuff down here. Sometimes they have little decorations on the sides. We could go back to trying to get diplomatic relations, diplomatic reputation, 2, 3, 6. We have like 17 years. We'll have 1, and then 1, 2, 3 to get the rest of them. We'll see if we have enough time to get the Mimi choices. Oh, they're sending guys out. 1 banana. Two banana. Pathetic, healthy, but he's also monotonous, unnoticeable. Neither will do. Vanilla. $3,000 of 3,000 dead. Let's hunt down the rest. Martial advances. Monthly tyranny down to unlock a smooth line of diplomatic reputation ups. Ibabism. And how's your boats? Almost there? Governor Cyrenaica, Dinocratide. Heraclid is also unhappy with me now. Heraclid wants another bit of land. This Heraclid's too corrupt. Any Heraclid that isn't corrupt. What we could do, we got some Heraclids in boats. We got lots of people in boats right now. Possibly too many. Not corrupt in 70. Money corruption. So he's never gonna see a job. 0 corruption. 49 loyalty. Just Agathocles, forever too short. Why the fuck is it not letting me change his trajectory? Sometimes it just goes shunk, 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 and it's so annoying when it does it. Lustiania lost a governor. Dare I put another Agathocles? Let's sort by corruption to put the most corrupt onto boats. $53 loyalty. $15,000 guys. Where are they finding all these marvelous troops? They're not... How rich are they? Get more discipline in. It's almost 0.3. Okay, once we get the big forts in, all we'll have to do is sick people to all the little pillory stuff. Pillory stuff. Oh, we got more colonization possibility. Superior first. Wonder if we get to fill out the entire map by the end of the game. My understanding from reading stuff up lightly is that you can pretty much chain colonize by moving a ton of population of your people onto the border, and then button pops up, colonize, move the same population over, button pops up, colonize, move a ton of your population over, colonize. So we could try doing that, and then fill out the rest of the map that way. I'm not sure if I could colonize places like this, which look to just be corridors. But Egypt was able to go up here, and then so did we. So maybe it is doable. But a place like this, that just says Lut Desert, combat with, etc., no modifiers, whatever, looks different than a place like that. A settlement which simply does not belong to anybody. Settlements that do not belong to anybody. $162. We won't be able to fit everybody. Italy, you're going to have to walk. Alright, there's one more place two more places got to siege down. Oh, that's annoying. Fucking chair, stop sinking! Pneumatic chairs are a mistake. Just give me a nice, like, lazy boy or something any day. Just give me, like, a leather armchair or something. Okay, send most there, but then send this group to hunt them down. $105. They're just a little bit shy of being able to put them in. More colonization. Do I want to colonize up there, though? I guess it is Pannonia. We could keep doing Pannonia, then. Gives us more of a border with Rome. Friends across borders, don't need it. Theonikid, Heracid loses 10 loyalty. I don't care. Okay, second fort. That'll all just be tiny stuffs. Thought that was plus 14 for a second. I was like, how'd you get there so fast? Boats in place. Now, we got more war over here we can do, don't we? They got this whole stack here that we could go against. This whole stack. By all means, everyone, let's go to war. And by all means, let all of you be tiny and undefended. Cisalpine Gaul, I don't think we raised guys. No, we didn't raise guys here yet. That's not Cisalpine Gaul. There's Cisalpine Gaul. 34,000. Alright. While they deal with that, we'll turn our attention back this way. Bring this guy back down. Kinda need more armies down here to do some actual armying. Celtica is garbage. This guy... greedy but generous. We could adopt an Agid. Okay, let's adopt an Agid. But they'll never be truly Agathok lead. He'll keep his old name. They're running away from 7.5 thousand. You guys got the numerical superiority. You might have had a chance. They chose to unsiege a spot that wasn't even a capital site. The AI is amateurs. They're running all throughout over there. That's fine. That's less time they're spending in our land. Our land, I say, invading their land. Alright, just one more siege and a couple more pillars, and this is one. Now as for here, they're going to spread guys all throughout. So this one could be a little bit tricky, actually. Okay. He's on that pillar, and this pillar is left undone. Then we just gotta wait for this to clear up. And the next step over, they got 2 forts, and that's it. Epitaki's mercenaries. Let's hire you over. Where's Rutenia? Rutenia... Is that one? Okay. Just making sure it's one of these fights. So I don't hire someone from too far away. If I'm gonna hire a mercenary, let's make it a big one. Curses! Alright, almost done here. Almost done. Could focus more attention this way. Siege number 1. then go in for their friends. Siege of Vasio. The obnoxious ones are when they have so many forts in one land. But it makes things a little bit easier because they can't unsiege the sieges I do then. Vacontia's got 7,000, 6,000, 8,000. We're alright, we got so many guys there. We're just not chasing after him right now. Coming of the city of Aramarua. So that's... Aramaua. Yeah. Thought it was here. So you're a city that you wanted for Payeria, or for later down, after we get the mines built. That was just for the next step in. Just need this to finish up already. So fruits is complete. Local food modifier, breads and circuses. National Freeman happiness. Mines complete. Expanding the workforce. Now the only thing missing is importing woods or olives. Let's give them olives. What of the following must be true? Oh, capital of the province of Arabia, Petrea. Which we can't do because we need to be at peace to ship the capital over. Marketplace and 2 libraries. They also need 2 tax office buildings. 2 tax office buildings. Who gets 2 tax offices in this economy? In fact, let's go ahead and split this group up. Because 74 is a lot. And have one of yous go down here. That'll finish it up faster. Who's this anyway? Levy of Celtica. Aww. Alright, we got all the pillars. Everything else is held. These guys are just roaming around doing whatever. Just need that 1/3 chance, that just under a coin flip chance to finish up. So that's 49, come on. They have military access here, how cute. Come on, deserters. That one finished before you. That's embarrassing. Orasowai's mercenaries. They're at maximum morale. Can I bribe them? I can. Get some guys going from behind. Finish up already! That's practically a coin flip. Give it to me. Give it to me! All of these other ones are finishing first. These guys also at war? These guys also at war. So they have 3 whole forts in there. Maybe I'll just take 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. For now, at least. Let's hire more of their mercs. 7,000, 9,000, 16,000. There's an extra 16,000 for me. $14,000 is that guy's. I can't bribe him. Who else to try to snatch? 7K is tiny, but whatever. Their loss. Pannonio's finally complete. Governor of Dacia. Zenid now needs extra land. I'm sure there's a Zenid here that we can get rid of, that we can swap out. 0 corruption. Swap you out with your more corrupt cousin. And then the less corrupt Zenid would be a governor. There, complete. Every single place of theirs done now. Hellenistic Dendarian War. Every single thing you own is mine now. Give me all your land belongs to me. $76. The way they have little tiny pieces of other province makes it more expensive than it should be. $25 aggressive expansion. We're never gonna get rid of it. We're gonna be aggressive expansion forever. But look at how much nicer we look now. We got a more contiguous border there. It looks a whole lot more sensible now. Now let's see, lack of construction. Tribesman happiness. Civilization level local. Population capacity. Delete it. Pyramid of Edimum. Tribesman happiness, civilization level, population capacity. Okay. Keep this fight going. Fugitives cross the border includes a little 4-year-old baby. Put them to death includes a 4-year-old baby. No. Fleeing the dreadful war with Yuzi. We got Yuzi, ritualistic folk. No corruption, good loyalty. Welcome them in. $11,000 mercenaries versus 11,000 mercenaries. Another siege 1. They do have 3 forts up here. We got big stacks of guys. We can get through them all quickly. These guys under war? Alright, those under war. These ones did not choose to enter the defensive league, knowing exactly what would happen to a little 2 territory no one who enters a defensive league against me. Another freshly hired mercenaries, Zenarids. Bribe them. If the money's infinite, why not? And the money is infinite. Complete. Let's just gotta fill in all these little pillars while we wait for all the other sieges to finish. And that's good. That means the last 2 forts can be worked on. I was gonna let this one go untaken in this war, but since that's one of their forts and then 2 more, with 2 big stacks going to them, it's as good as done. Come on, catch him! "185th Olympiad." Now the only participants for the 185th Olympiad isn't me. We own Olympia, so I can't host it. The only valid participants now is Persian Empire and Bactria. That's it. Those are the only valid participants. Bactria is attacking the Persian Empire, Bactrian-Persian War in favor of Bactria. Parthia, Parthian-Persian War to take Pactia. At this rate, the only valid participant is going to be Bactria. What a surprise is it going to be that Bactria is going to be the winner each and every time now. Do we still have our truce on you? We do not. It has been 5 years since Armenia. The year 704, we're getting so close to the end. I say 704, 714. 714 now. There's only 13 years left in the game. Just 13 small years. This is going to be a quicker stream than I anticipated. Whenever we're going to war with bigger empires, we always end up like stationing our troops. But now this isn't really anything, is it? Let's get our boats back over. Because I do want to take Hadramut in the next 13 years. Let's up out here. Become cruel, monthly tyranny up, final Xenos. Will you be a cruel Basilius, this final Basilius? We haven't had a cruel one in a while. Zealous, lustful, deceitful, we had cruel 2 at 2. Charisma -1, no. And a new little Basilius to be, little Erigaio Sagathoklid. They're trying to run away. Okay, that's all the pillars. Once this is taken over, just gotta wait for these now. 90 on both. 35, 7. Stadium deserted. This year, hardly anyone turned up to the Olympic Games, and the event had to be cancelled. The disappointment felt across the whole of Greece is palpable. Perhaps the next Olympic lose 5 popularity. I think I have to let Olympia be an independent client state, just so they could host the Olympics independently and we could compete. Okay, that's one siege done. Send everyone down this way. Come on, 1/3 chance. Knew they were gonna go there. Just a 1/3 chance we can do it. Coin flip! Coin flip! Vital Xenos gets inflammation. I'm too young to die. Seek treatment. You know what? Just assault it. They're taking too long now. That cost us a whole lot of troops, so that's okay. There were lots of mercenaries in there. Battle-hardened soldiers serving under Marhabal Dinokrati that perform mighty acts of valor. Marhabal, on an act of benevolence, has requested permission to institute a particular form of service reward. Okay. Now let's bring this war to a close. Mine, 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 mine. Too many tiny pillars. Not too many. Look at that, 95 war score. Because I was doing all that. And it's too expensive to get everything else too. Nuh-uh. I'm gonna take everything down here at least. Ah, 101, 99. I'll take that much. I've earned that much. Look, it's simply more stuff that Rome could maybe take if they didn't want to be lazy llamas. Okay, lack of construction. Library of Vienna. Oh, Ukishia here. I was like, that's not Vienna, there's Ukishia. Garrison, research points, national freedom and happiness of 2. Delete it. Library of Vienna. The Vienna of the West. Grand Garrison, Fort Infrastructure, Research Points, Slotted Freeman Happiness. Delete it. Okay, so the next goal is going to be that I send one group down to Hadramut and do some fighting over there. But while we're at peace, let's drop some of our smaller levies around here that have been raised for too long. Celtica, don't have to be up anymore. Ariana, get rid of them. Moesia. Persis. Yeah, Transockengal's pretty small too. They're locked in movement. Oh well. Cyrenaica, only have them to fight barbarians. Alright. So we've only got 18 years now, right? It's December of 714. 13 years. And it's really more like 12, because I'm pretty sure the game ends in February of 729. 727. So maybe what I'll do is have my smaller armies try to wrap things up around here and here, while I send my bigger armies down the Canal of the Pharaoh, take Hadramut, combine our naval range here and there, and then maybe we will try to take Parthia. Not the entire thing, but I do like the shape of the Caspian Sea coast here. Just cut off at the mountain. So maybe we'll take this bit of mountain here, that bit of mountain there, and just take the southeast corner of the Caspian Sea. Let them have this much. And I'll let them be the new power in the east. I'm okay with that. I don't want the whole world. I just want the oceans. And since you're at peace right now, two tax office buildings. This one has to be capital of the province of Arabia. Aramawa. Capital, province, Arabia, Petrea. Currently it's Petra, as it should be, but we're digging our nose in here. And they're already losing plenty of provincial loyalty. Petra... They're Hellenic, but some extra temples and theaters will give a plus 0.5 for each anyway. So now we just need the second tax office to build, and then it'll be done, and then it's done. Cool. So let's go ahead and send our guys to take Calcoencia too. Alright. On the way down, we'll probably drop somebody off over here. They got one fort. And too many forts up here I gotta delete now. Delete. I've received a reward for Electronics Art Battlefield 6 Early Access. Since I have Sumi in another tab, and she's playing Battlefield 6, the rare Twitch drops. Used to get those Twitch drops a whole lot more when there was more people who I was watching. I used to watch a whole more diverse group of people, but so many people who started streaming around 2019, 2020 subsequently dropped the habits. There. Give them a slight bit more. Now once all my guys come down here, maybe I'll go ahead. Mercenaries. We'll bring the mercenary groups in. To start with. They put a third fort in, the assholes. Just to keep me from winning. That's okay, these guys are dead anyway. I could raise troops here, but it's gonna be nil. Okay, drop mercenaries off here first, bring the boat back around. Then we'll send these guys to the next fort. Then they could just chase each other around. Like giggling schoolgirls. They got 2,000 soldiers in their own legion. Even this one little tiny island has a legion while I don't. I'm still relying on my levies. That's why their soldiers have like actual armor and helmets. And all of my soldiers are just walking around in tunics and spears. What more do I need? Clearly it works for me. Okay, let me look at my prisoners, because I got lots of prisoners now, I'm pretty sure. Let's release them all. Because I chose to take prisoners when conquering certain places with the hopes that I'll get some decent candidates for government positions, etc. Cute. Now, before I go crazy, is there a release all button? I don't see a release all button. Boldenid family in Ibazim. Oh. Wiped out their full stack. There's a few things to hunt down around here, but they're only one guy. So they don't have as much potential to swarm mercenaries like they were doing when I was going against defensive leagues of 3 and more. Levy. Alright. They do have lots of different provinces under their control, so it is more levies. Mercenaries. Droma KT. You guys want to sign on over? Governor Nubia dead. My boats are in place. Let's bring first Manda Greca has to come over. And Italia are the main two. If we have space for anyone else, then we might bring some in. Trophius is monthly civilization change. Nina, 26 years old, 27 statesmanship, will get better with age. And he's loyal enough. Governor Nubia. Every family's happy, so let's just focus on merit. Low corruption, high loyalty, decent martial, great finesse. We could force his conversion. He likes us enough. $129. There's no room for... I've only got room for 11. Will be 30, 40 for 21. 31's too much, 33, 5. Okay, Transalpine Gaul. I think actually this is fine, 129,000. We'll bring these guys all the way down to Hadramut. who shares 2 forts. Arabia Maritime also has 2 forts. We could let them be for now. We could pretend that Arabia Maritime also represents some of the internal inland tribes and peoples. They could have a coast if they want, much like South Nubia does here. Complete by next year. And so the remaining parties here will send over for this group, who's at a defensive league, with that over there. Just 2. And these guys at a defensive league with 1. With who? Defensive league with Caluria. Coronicia. So if I want to get this, I get those 2. How about you guys up here? Defensive league with each other. I gotta cast a spelly on them, so we can start by taking these 2. So you guys go on over here. We'll start small, and then get the more annoying guys. Cultural osmosis. The tutor we employed to oversee the education of our heir, Eudamidas, is of sufficiently foreign culture as to convince Eudamidas that their ways are superior. No. If we let these lessons continue, Eudamidas is sure to begin emulating these foreign ways. If not, we are forced to deprive Cyanesis of his position at court. Alright then. Trophius, sorry buddy, but you're out. Zoroastrian, Aramaic Hellenic, Phrygian Hellenic, Punic, Babylonian Hellenic, Great Family, Nidinti Ishtar. Oh, Heracid family. Okay, I thought there was another foreign family in here. Sekeliot Hellenic with only 7 charisma. Okay. In their base, killing all their dudes. Cadastral survey. As part of strengthening the governor's office in Azotos, a great number of local officials have been sent out to measure, document, and assess all land in Palestine. As always, when such a survey is undertaken, it can become clear how local records have been outdated or even manipulated to a large degree. As a reaction to this, it turns out that Akrotatos Heraki the Herne, whose family owns land in the region, has now petitioned us to exempt some specific pieces of public land from this examination. No exemption. No exemption. And barbarians in Carpathia. Oh, isn't that cute? They hired up a few more mercenaries to attack me. They're right over there, though. Those barbarians. Whether because there was no actual foul play, or because the Heracid family also managed to bribe our officials, we cannot be sure. But the survey we undertook in Padasite has not turned up any greater problems with ownership of land or other assets. It is true that the Herikid family owns much property in the region, but none of it is suspect according to our scribes. Gain 5 loyalty. They're going to bribe me to look the other way, so I'm sure they bribed our scribes too. Researcher of the Zenit family is dead. Oratory advance. You know what? Who was it that we had to get rid of? You? The Hellenic Frisian guy? Well, let's give it to the 11. We just need research here. Doesn't matter. I want to get the 1, 2, 3 within the next 11 years. Siege of Ebasium 1. So Hellenistic, Iberian War, Ebasian War is done. Let's go ahead and fire all these mercenaries. So, Ambonis. Amboni's mercenaries. Where's Amboni's? Amboni's. Fire. Epatici. Did I miss Epaticis? Or are there 2 Epaticis? Arossi. Arossi. Making sure there aren't any other Arossis. And while we're here, we got Casaspelion. Bigaroni. Take Bigaroni, and their friends will join too. There. That'll be a quick, easy one. Oh, stretch. They just don't want to settle. They could be more population for me. And how's our boats doing? They're only halfway down the Mediterranean so far. Treatment successful. We picked up sarcasm. Diplomatic reputation -3. I'm trying to build up my diplomatic reputation. And he's dropping it by picking up sarcasm. No wonder the barbarians don't want to join up with me. This guy. He can't take anything seriously. What the fuck? We want that to be our boss? No way. Oh, they don't have a port over here. Even better. Send the bigger stack over to supplement and then wait. You know, the funny thing is that these two forts on the border between the mountains, very smart idea. Except now that means he can't get back in that way, because now they're my forts. Establishing a local bureaucrat. Strengthening administration in Azotos, and thereby our rule in Palestine, has made it clear how among the local elite that are fit to work in a proper Secolio governor's office. Has made it clear how among the local elite that are fit to work in a proper... Sometimes the Swedes miss a clause or two, I think. Or half a clause, even. It has been requested that we send some proper scribes from Syracuse side to support the struggling local bureaucracy. Punic citizens in Syracuse moved to Azotos? Local scribes have to learn? Sure. We'll get more back. We've already got a metropolis. Also, I see more forts around here. Don't need them. Don't need them. Definitely don't need. I didn't clear all these expensive forts up after finishing up that war. Wait for these guys to lock in. Governor. Okay, no scorned families yet. Druidic, Secolio, Hellenic. They bought mercenaries, but they gotta come home first before they could be used. Didn't kill the full troop still. Okay, waiting for boats to move, waiting for one siege to finish, waiting for one siege to finish. The mercenary tapped into the land there just long enough to step right back out. But the siege is won, so it doesn't matter anymore. The Garonis War? Show me maximum completion. 100. Monolith. Tribes and happiness, civilization level, population capacity. Cancel it. Edifice of St. Garodius. Local import routes. Yada yada. Cancel it. Now you have a Casaspellion too, right? And you have these two come together, which is great. They have 2 fort and then 1 fort there. So how should we do this one? What I should do is bring all of my armies on the east here, over here, to help out, but they're all so far away right now. We just need that to finish quickly. Also, no fort. Let's move you. Move you here for now. I'll decide what to do with our... Who took the party boat all the way up to the River Liger? Our disloyal cousin of the 10th Nauticon. Just siege it down. Or assault the holding, I mean. Assault their fortification. And then we'll start marching these guys on over this way. Because our boats are occupied. And there's nothing more I wish to conquer. And that's that. Caconesia complete. Gimme, gimme, gimme your lands after midnight. Another independent realm rendered extinct. It's not a bad look. Our frontier is looking a bit less pockmarked now. Oh, Persian Empire. Persian Empire, what happened? I think if we do go to war with Parthia, we might need to bring a whole lot more guys than I expected. We'll have to bring a whole bunch of guys down here for the main fights that I want, for the main lands I want to take. And maybe some more guys over here for Eastern defense. Moria is split up. I also kinda want to complete a bit more of Ariana. Simply for the simple reason of filling in this desert here. I probably wouldn't need to take the desert to take Ariana itself. If I get this bit of Genrosia from Persia, then that's enough bordering around here for this to fill in my color, right? Well, I'm fine being a primarily maritime-focused empire. That looks pretty thin. I think I wouldn't mind coloring that in. But for now. 716. 716. 11 more years to go. There's only 11 more years in game. Okay. I'm gonna take my BRB now. And then when we come back, we're gonna get Hadramut. Do I have proper casus belli on the Persian Empire? I should. Parkania and Sakadigia. Yeah, for that bit and that bit. I don't care about that, but I want this. So maybe we'll finish up with Hadramut, kick the Persian Empire's ass to get a bit of this back. And we'll see if I go against Parthia. There's not a lot of years left. I don't really care about Parthia. The coast here would just be a bonus. But we're coming to the end of the game almost. We're coming to the end of a game, of a campaign, that took so many hours every day for just over 2 weeks now. Gotta bring a tear to my eye. Our little Syracuse has grown up, and pretty soon I'll have to let it go out of my hands and enter the world of history without me. Okay, break time. Alright, let's get back into it. July of 716. I gotta say though, I feel like a full campaign of this, from start to finish, is quicker than one of Crusader Kings 2. Barbarians in our lands. I don't see any hash marks out here, so I don't think the barbarians did anything against Hadramut. 2,000's all I need there. Boats haven't made it down yet. Not the levy, the boat, you dolt. Which mercenaries do we have here? Dromachaetes. Is in movement, so I can't fire him. So many mercenaries. Therid. Heliodid. Onomastid. Therid. Onomastid. And Heliodorid? Heliodorid. And that's just Thrace there. I figure any mercenaries we need will get local. Plus they're not all that much anyway. But I should raise some local mercenaries before they get the chance to. They're not such very big, powerful forces here. 11k should be enough. Zenid? One of our Zenid? A Sekeliot Hellenic Zenid. I'll move you guys back here. You're gonna be ones to siege down the back way, while these guys start on this side with the ally. $40,000 sitting there with no way to go home. I've abandoned them there. Now nobody else could use them. I feel bad for that actually. I should hire these guys just to move them back someplace. My heart actually sank seeing them abandoned there. Staring outwards towards the sea, towards the shore, wishing they could go home. Marketplace 2 library. Okay. So, what do I need? For merchant? Marketplace 2 library, and to finish it off? To finish it off, is that it? So, they don't need the granary, they don't need the fortress anymore. They don't need the 2 tax offices, right? Because that was for there. Marketplace to library. Granary is needed. Whatever. We'll work on them one bit at a time. Marketplace to library, they said. Then a granary after. I could probably try moving some guys up to Parthia in case I do want to use our last 11, 12 years wrestling with my chair. Fighting against Parthia, I mean. When you zoom out, the lake kinda just turns yellow sometimes. These guys don't have any... They don't have any actual forts there. So this will be a super quick one. Garamea? $19,000. That's some good stuff to put on the Parthian border. Maybe we will take them. Final boss Parthia? To take some final Caspian coast, maybe? Go through the canal. Acropolis of roads attracts travelers, gets stability. And more military tradition. Let's get that plus 15% light infantry offense defense. Oh, war's complete already. That was quick. Okay. White peace? No. Give me the land. Actually, give me the land. Paying attention to my button clicks. Colonize Marca. Alright. Oh, there's more barbarians down here, though. So, I know my guy is super sarcastic, but are you okay settling with us? No. So down because of diplomatic reputation. Thanks for nothing. I mean it. Alright. Let's go do war now. They got a defensive league with their neighbor next door, which is great. That's gonna make it easier for me to take over. All we'll do is send these guys over here. And half the stack up here. $77 loyalty, he'll cover the cost. Keep our omen going. Actually, I think we're okay with all of our stacking modifiers on heavy and light infantry especially. That our discipline is being accommodated. Let's keep global food up because we do have some starving pops around. Victorious in Omana. What do you say now? Settle? We kicked your ass, no? How about now? They don't care. They bought some mercs. Divici's mercenaries, it's only 7,000. If I were to drop these guys now, Levy of Assyria. Cannot dismount a war. I should have done it before then. Let's move them up here then. Maybe they can get an early start on the Persian Empire. $3K. 25. 25 is more like it. We'll march them on over. So how is Taxila looking? 61 of 66 population. So they're still a ways away from getting towards Metropolis, but they're getting closer. Let's give them 2 more aqueducts. Because if I can make that a metropolis and the capital of that province, so Papa's shrine can get even bigger, then that'll be a good endgame goal too. Getting closer. Just 2 sieges, and then 1 pillar, and it's complete. Trophius. Trophius? Zenid, you were so young. You're in perfect health. What happened? Okay, do we have any good orators over in the boats? 1 orator, 1. How did these guys get married when their tongue is so lame? There's an 8 we could use. Seven boats here. You know what? Okay. I got the perfect job for you. He's a little bit corrupt, that's okay. But he's loyal. And he's got great charisma. Lustful, cautious, and content, I think, is alright. Where could I put these boats away? Because I don't really need them anymore. I guess I could just attach them to my boats over here. Put them all as 1 troop, 1 fleet. What is a fleet but the troop of the sea? Getting closer, Hajimut. They got so much land spread around, though. Okay, everyone here is in place. Declare war for Catawba. Catawba is that bit. But they've only got forts here and there. So, let's start with taking those on. Nyum. Nyum. Siege of Ayasol 1. So they're nearly done then, just gotta take that. There's another pillar. There's another fucking pillar! Where's the rest of our... Okay, they're coming in slowly from the east. Greco-Iranian city. The legacy of Alexander still lingers in our nation, where the many Greco-Iranian cities are struggling to find a way to deal with their culturally and religiously diverse population. Latest issue risen in Pasargadae, where the Hellenic and Persian population refuse to interact with one another. If you choose to invest our resources in trying to fix the issues in Pasargadae, perhaps it can prove to be an example for some of our other cities struggling with the same issues. 15 influence to get culture happiness, okay. Assault. Asker 1. Cool. Now let's spread some of these out. As our mercenaries. Omride's mercenaries. Now these guys are gonna die here if I don't split them up. Let's send one of our Magna Graecia up over to the capital. Except I can't really because it's far, far away. I guess we'll just sit there and starve. Hey, Alexander. How do I select the games I play? Based on my whims. Pretty much entirely based upon my whims. So like, let me see. So at the start of the year, right? Okay, can't go too far back because then there's spring and all the uploads we did. Let me look for my playlists. Playlist 2025 streams. So like, for example, right? Where's my... I gotta purchase a button for it. For my display capture. At the start of this year, we were playing Lunar 2 Eternal Blue Complete. because we finished last year playing Lunar Silver Star Story Complete, and I never played Lunar 2 Eternal Blue. So I figured, let's revisit the childhood favorite in Silver Star Story Complete, and then do Lunar 2 Eternal Blue for the first time. And then we did Ashura's Wrath afterwards, because doing a lot of PlayStation emulation for Lunar led me to realize I could just emulate PlayStation games. I could emulate PlayStation 3 games. Let's do Ashura's Wrath. And so that made me really happy. And then a new Hungry Hearts Diner game came out, Hungry Hearts Restaurant. We had to play the new Hungry Hearts Restaurant game. I'm an absolute sucker for Gygax games. And then the Expelled came out, the new Inkle game, and I love Inkle. And I thought, perfect opportunity, let's play Expelled. And then Blood Bar Tycoon, I had on my wish list anyway because it looked cool. So I thought, alright, let's play some Blood Bar. And then there wasn't really a theme for a bit. You play the Hungry Hearts game too. They're so good, aren't they, Alexander? But I figured I did eventually want to play Tales of Phantasia. And we did play through a childhood favorite in Lunar. Why not redo another favorite childhood RPG and do Tales of Phantasia? Which I adored and I loved. And then I figured, I'm not really feeling any theme right now. Why don't we do Just Cause for no reason? I'm kind of feeling maybe I'll give Just Cause a try. And then Just Cause 2 didn't impress me too much. But what it really did is it made me want to play Mercenaries. And I really loved Mercenaries. And that kind of put me in a mood of, alright, I was meh on Just Cause 2, but I really love Mercenaries. What if we try more of their competitor? Let's see if Just Cause ends up better. And so springtime kind of became hopping back and forth between Just Cause, Mercenaries, Just Cause, Mercenaries 2. We're doing Mercenaries 2. Let's do the Saboteur, because that came right afterwards. Let's see how Pandemic finished it off. We're doing Pandemic games anyway. It's apparently becoming summer of Pandemic. Let's do Destroy All Humans. And since we were bouncing back and forth between Just Cause and Mercenaries anyway, why don't we try Just Cause 1? And Just Cause 1 was such absolute shit and garbage. Like, no joke. Just Cause 1 made me lose every single goodwill that Just Cause 3 had gained. Had to play Destroy All Humans 2 for the palate cleanser. And also because it was a 2006 game. Just Cause 1 was 2006, so I can't even excuse it for being old. Because we had to compare with other 2006 open-world action games, like Destroy All Humans 2, and The Godfather, and Scarface, which was also kinda shit, but not as bad as Just Cause 1 was. So we kinda bounced around there, from comparing Just Cause and Mercenaries to holy shit, this is awful, let's compare Just Cause 1 with other 2006 games that did it so much better. Because Grand Theft Auto isn't even new anymore, this is a known science by this point, how did they do it so bad? But then Scarface was also really bad, so I need another palate cleanser. And Cosmo Breeder Yifai was funny and also really cute, so it was fun getting a actually fun retro chic Metroidvania in. And as long as I was gonna play one Mimi furry game that's kind of kinky, but not really, because we're not playing with the porn patch, it's actually just a clean game, might as well go for the other Mimi furry kink game, which is also just a really good game with Tribal Hunter. And then Girl from Gun Makai was just on a whim. I saw it on my Steam Discovery queue and thought, holy shit, this looks great, this looks fun, let's play it. And then when I was gonna play that, on that very day, I opened up Steam and I saw news on House of Many Doors that said, hey, we got a new game coming out. I was like, what? You got a new game coming out? But I'm already playing this. So as soon as I finished Girl from Gunmakai, we had to play the next game from the people who made A House of Many Doors. It was fun. And then I had to do some more secret hunting in Girl from Gunmakai, because Girl from Gunmakai really hooked me, and I had to figure out, how do I get those final secrets? And then I finished Occlude, I finished Girl from Gunmakai, figured, you know what? Sine Sulfid Breeze came out, I also really wanted to play that, but these two really fun games came out. Finally got through these two really fun games, let's make room for Sine Sulfid Breeze. And then when that was finally all done, I was also really in a grand strategy mood again, because I was playing all these other genres. I was playing open world action games in the early 2000s and 2010s. I was playing Metroidvanias and platformers, the furry persuasion. I was playing some sick MSX style shoot 'em ups. But what I really wanted in my heart of hearts was to play another strategy game, but I've exhausted Crusader Kings 2, even with the Tianxia mod, and Crusader Kings 3 is too smooth-brained to be interesting, and so I figured, Imperator Rome, I bought and played 20 hours, what if I give it another go? I gave it another go, and I got hooked, and so 2 weeks later, we're at the tail end of beating Imperator Rome, a full, complete playthrough from beginning to end. So that's basically my thought process for how I choose a game. Sometimes it's, we kind of got a theme rolling here, let's keep the theme rolling. And sometimes it's just, I really want to play that. Yeah! You're a fan of House of Many Doors 2, Alexander, or just the premise sounds interesting? House of Many Doors is excellent! It's fantastic! The action part is really basic and sucks, but it's wrapped up in such a good narrative game that you don't really care that the action sucks. You don't really care that the action is basically the most basic copy of FTL that you can kind of cheese and figure out super easily. Because the basic gameplay is a really thin, sugary coating over the most delicious story chocolate you've ever tasted that you don't even care. It is glorious. A House of Many Doors still sticks with me, it is that good. It haunts me. I don't use the word haunt to describe a story all that often. It actually haunts me. If I see another story with, like, be it cosmic navigators or immortality seekers that eat peaches or fruits, suddenly my heart turns cold. My blood freezes. Because the events of that story in A House of Many Doors has stuck with me for so long, with such impact, that every time I see even 0.01% similarity in something, it just comes right back into me. It is good. It is so good. It is so good that my praise for, what was it? Ant-Man and the Wasp Quantumania. My normal praise would be, it's kind of stupid, but it's fun. But because of certain similarities, my praise is instead, it's kind of stupid, but it's fun. But if you tilt your head and squint a little, this actually makes a pretty good A House of Many Doors story. Just because if there's going to be any single overlap, it's going to get dragged into it for me. Lex Arcana, a fantasy realm where you fight against mystical threats to the Eternal Empire. Also sounds pretty cool for like A House of Many Doors and Fallen London and things like that, where the cosmic kind of goes into displaced areas. I haven't played Lex Arcana, tabletop RPG. I have a secret, Alexander Alcius, and my secret is I haven't really played much in the way of tabletop games either. The most tabletop I played is around 7th or 8th grade. I think it was like between 8th or 9th grade actually. My 7th grade principal, because, you know, back in Saipan, Mount Carmel is like 1st grade to 12, so it's all the same school, so we get different principals, depending if it's grade school or later. My old grade school principal was running a D&D club, and I figured why not, joined up. I played like 2 games, like starting, making a character, doing 1 game. It must have been in 9th grade because I switched schools then. You know, those tumultuous teenage years. And that was basically the most that I played a tabletop at all. I thought, hey, this is fun. And so we ordered up like the Dungeons & Dragons 3.5 edition starter kit. Yeah, teacher ran one. And so for like a really brief period, I wanted to play Dungeons & Dragons, but it was just like me and my baby brother. And so I would try to DM with him. But, you know, the starter adventure is like set for more than just playing with your little bro. And so he'd die very easily. It's like, oh, well, sucks. There goes that. So at home with the starter kit, we played like 2 games tops. And that's the most tabletop I played. A couple of games with the 7th grade principal. A couple of games with my little bro. And there was actually a proto-tabletop. When I was even younger and really impressionable, and when I would watch things on TV, there was an episode of Dexter's Laboratory. What was it? D&DD? Where it was basically Dexter and his friends playing a game of Dungeons & Dragons. I didn't know what Dungeons & Dragons was back then. I thought that they were just playing like a generic board game that they had like really exciting fantasy adventures with. And thought, I want to do something like that! If the TV show made up a board game, I'm gonna make up a board game. So I got some marker, cut up some cardboard, you know, drew like a little map on the cardboard, made like some monster sheets with a giant snail, forced my sister to play, and basically my only understanding was it's a role-playing game. I got the map, I got the monsters, I forced my sister to play, and she's like, how do you play? I'm like, I don't know, do whatever you want to do. And she's like, and you know, she's my sister, right? So she loves Starbucks. She's like, okay, I'm gonna have my guy drink a Frappuccino. I'm like, what's a Frappuccino? It's a coffee drink. Okay, I guess that gives you some health. And so that's like the only 5 tabletops that I've played outside of like standard board game stuff. Though eventually with my boyfriend, we do have like a gaming shop in town, and so we have picked up some board games. Some like different board games. Some of the more like European engine making ones like Evolution, where I quickly figured out, wait a minute, what this comes down to is I just want to produce and hoard resources. Okay, I got my resource production engine going on here. But another one, what was it? Betrayal House on Hill? When his brother came over, they got Betrayal House on Hill, and my boyfriend and his brother play it as a competitive board game where they're trying to win. But I quickly figured out that Betrayal House on Hill sucks as a competitive game, but is actually really fun if you play it as like a vehicle for the role-playing. And so I was playing it as a vehicle for the role-playing, you know, like I was like, alright, I'm the little nerdy glasses guy, or I'm the kid with headphones, because I want to play as speedy characters. Okay, my little guy's gonna be a bit brave. He's gonna go up the stairs to try to, like, separate from the group, because he wants to get some really quick, like, he wants to figure stuff out. Let's get him rushing up the stairs, pick up an event card. Okay, this happened. My next turn, he heard a noise over there, we're gonna go over this way. And they're like, Just play the game. I want my guy to go there to open the next room. So, in like a halfway, that was also playing it like a tabletop. So that was like the only 5-6 times. Yeah, exactly. It's not really much of a... It's got enough random minute, and with enough lopsidedness between the survivors and the traitors that if you're playing to win, you're gonna be like my boyfriend and his brother, and the moment the momentum goes against them, they go from like, oh yeah, this is great, I got all these cards, to... Could we just forfeit? Clearly, you're winning. Could we forfeit? But if you're playing to like have fun and make a story cooperatively between the bad guys and the good guys, it's kind of funny. So I would count that as having played a tabletop in like the classical role-playing game style. But having been a big fan of like King of Dragon Pass, Six Ages, I also bit the bullet a couple years back, and I spent like $90 getting some introductory books for RuneQuest so I could play some Glorantha stories of my own. I still haven't finished the big tome of like the how to play for RuneQuest, role-playing in Glorantha, whatever they call the subtitle of it. One of these days, I'm gonna finish reading through that book, absorb every single bit of information in there, and start drawing up some maps. You know what? You know what's actually really sad? You know what's really sad? Give me a second. Give me a second. Okay, okay. Let me show you what's really, really sad here, right? Let me turn off the small cam so I could turn on the big cam here. Right, it's mirrored. That one's mirrored. And that one's not mirrored, because when I'm playing a game, and I'm talking about like, okay, that thing's to the left, I don't want to be pointing right, you know? So, and also this way, if I look at chat, I'm looking at chat. Okay. So what's really sad is that, especially the middle school experiences, I've wanted to roleplay. And so I have this book here, right? Where like... This is like when I was like 18, 19, I think. And so like reading Order of the Stick, and kind of like a fan of the crayon aesthetic they sometimes do. Stories and adventures and such. I was actually putting thought into like these little adventures that I wanted to make, little campaigns that I would make for friends or whatever if we ever played. Stories, patrons. I had the idea that, you know, where's interesting people and characters. I thought I would try to run a game where like your little adventurers, they gotta get money and resources from somewhere, right? So like I figured there'd be different factions. Cause you know, you gotta like, the classic DM problem, right, is that you make an adventure, what happens if they go off the rails? You make it flexible. Maybe there's like other people they choose to align with. for like, how do they get the resources? And maybe it gives them like complications in like, maybe they want their mission done this way. Maybe they're a more religious faction, so they want you to proselytize or slaughter these types of enemies. Maybe they're corrupt, and they want you to, you know, not care about the main mission and bring in more loot for them, you know? And so, it's a little flexibility here. There's like little hooks, little side hooks for if they choose to do this, then this is possible. You could branch off this way. And I've actually got like multiple pages for the different concepts and things I wanted to do. And I even started like drawing maps with like a bit of thought into like logically, where are these people? Why are these tunnels here? You know, we got like some animal dens in some places. You got like the main excavation site, and maybe there's a back exit. Maybe they're all coming in from here. They live and eat over there, with like a little bit of lore in there, some neat art for what you could expect to see. I never got the chance. I never brought it to light. It's funny, when I was in the Defense Language Institute and my sergeant was doing the room inspections and he saw like my Dungeons and Dragons guidebook and stuff like that on my shelf, he was like, "You play?" I was like, "No, I don't play. I can't find anybody to play with." And he was like, "You're in the DLI and you could find no one to play D&D with," because, you know, intelligence, everyone's nerds. It's everyone's nerds, and I could find nobody to play with. Maybe someday. Maybe someday. I mean, I picked up all those Glorantha books, right? Well, all those Glorantha books. I spent $90 on the main how to play and a starter kit. I bought the starter kit for RuneQuest 2. Played with my boyfriend for a little bit to introduce him to the game when he was doing his top surgery recovery and staying with me. It was fun. The starter adventure in that was fun. And, as they say, your Glorantha may vary, so I don't mind tweaking the system to pull everything away from the whole hoardy, the hero war is gonna happen any day now, everyone that you play as is a hero that's gonna go into the hero war. I don't care about that. I want to make my stories. I want to make small stories. So I could probably incorporate some of this Forsaken Idol stuff, some of this, the patrons that you may or may not choose to seek out to bring benefit and resource to patronize your adventures stuff. I could probably absorb that stuff into it. Maybe someday. Maybe someday. It's actually kind of sad because these are old notes. I wasn't even 20 yet when I started writing all these out. Also, look at how tiny my handwriting is. That is me writing big, alright? That is 2 lines per line. Because I wanted this to be legible. If I really wanted to, I do 5 line per line, I do 6 line per line. That is why my pencil of choice is the 0.5 millimeter mechanical pencil, because I could write small with it. I am more legible writing small than I am writing big. You love the setting, Alexander, for RuneQuest, but not so much the rules. Me, I like to think of myself as a tourist. Because my biggest exposure to Glorantha, to RuneQuest, is through King of Dragon Pass, and then later on they're like, oh my goodness, I love King of Dragon Pass. Let's play 6 Ages. Oh my goodness, 6 Ages 2 came out, let's play 6 Ages. So, my biggest exposure is 3 video games and a lot of wiki walking. The rules are certainly complex. Like I said, I haven't finished going through the huge rule book for just how to play. But I could respect them. It's definitely a different style of role-playing that I'm used to, of tabletop that I'm used to. I say, as if I have much experience, but you know how it is, right? You grow up even not playing much. D&D ends up being the default unless you play a lot, then it's Pathfinder or something. It's complex, but if I break it down, I can kind of respect what it's going for, you know? The whole thing with, like, there's combat, but combat is super dangerous, and if you do combat, you better hope your armor is good, because you're losing an arm maybe if you get too many hit points knocked out. But if you lose an arm or you die, that's okay, because people they could invoke the gods and bring your arm back or bring you back to life if you got the money for it. So I could probably adapt it to make some kind of fun story if I actually... I owe it to younger me, don't I? I owe it to younger me to eventually make these concepts, these half-baked ideas, the unfinished maps come to life. I gotta do it someday. I'm running out of some days. I'm already 38. And it's August. I'm already almost 39. It's not January yet. The big 3-9's still waiting. Greg Stafford, creator of the setting, is a giant in the industry, responsible for Pendragon RPG, the Ghostbusters RPG. What I think is really cool is that my understanding is that he was creating it from a anthropological basis, right? Which is why some of the systems developed as they did. Which also really excites me, because anthropology is my discipline. I don't really have any ambitions to stay in academia, since, you know, even before Trump 2, academia is academia, it's a lot of publish and perish. My big ambition was always, okay, I'll do the discipline I love. This is a lot of great, like, geographical knowledge, social studies knowledge. I could teach the future children with this as a base. Maybe use some of this knowledge I picked up from anthropology, this toolbox of skills and ways of thinking to help Palau when I go back someday. But I do appreciate the anthropological here's the how of humans for how these things develop and how they relate. 54 as of today, Alexander! Happy birthday if it's as of today. Happy birthday to you. I cannot ship a gift over, but I can at least give you a gift sub. Enjoy it. Happy birthday, man. And that is true, there is online tabletop RPGing. Alert's still broken, I see. But yeah, I know that people of all ages play it. And my boyfriend, watching stuff like Critical Role and things and wanting eventually to play himself is also what got me to pick up one of those books. So, I know it's not too late. I know that there is always time. Until I terminally run out of time, there is always time to play with others. What are my thoughts about the new DM for Critical Role? Adaptable Beater, hello first. I didn't say hello to you yet. My thoughts is that I have no thoughts. Boyfriend watches that stuff, I don't. So, I have read that it happened because everyone else does except for me. And my understanding is that the guy that was DM'd it for a super long time. He's not stepping away completely, is staying around to be a player. The other guy who's gonna DM now is pretty cool, so I guess it's a win-win for everybody. 129 over here are all gonna starve. And we're waiting on these 8,000 mercenaries to say, yeah, we love your money, we'll take your money. And then troops marching up to take what belongs to us from Persia, the very rump state of Persia, mostly under the hopes to fill in this desert is mine. If I border enough of the desert, if I'm the majority desert borderer, it should flip to my color. I'm the weirdo adaptable. Whether it was the early days of YouTube, with like that guy with the glasses, Linkara, or the golden age of YouTube with PewDiePie and a bunch of other questionable YouTubers, or today, I never really watched other people's capital C content. I eventually came around on Twitch, because there's a little bit of like that little parasociality, right? Where you get to like chat with the people, and sometimes they're responsive, sometimes they're not, but you get to enjoy the experience live together. But I never got around to like watching the stuff people produce, you know. I'm never like a podcast guy or anything, so things like Critical Role always just like pass me by completely. I'm the outsider. It's kind of like music to me. Every new person I date, I get new music. Every new person I date, I get like new TikTok or YouTube content that they link me to. That really is the case. Like when I was dating British, it was a lot of Dan and Phil, a lot of Good Mythical Morning. Now that I'm dating my boyfriend, it's a lot of TikTok links, and sometimes he shows me like Dimension 20 stuff. What's his name? Markiplier was like his childhood icon, so I get linked him a lot. The parasocial thing is interesting, Alexander. I try not to get too parasocial with people, especially since I started streaming right. I got it in my head that I'm going to keep a professional distance. Which, good, but also kind of awful, because I'm in all these communities I wasn't making friends as easily as everybody else. But I try not to keep too parasocial. It's enough that sometimes I'll make a funny joke, and the streamer will be like, haha, that's kind of funny, Guinea, or Guinea, fuck you. It's like, oh my goodness, he actually responded. But I understand that not everyone online is a friend, even with a friendly face. You know, I spent my 20s making the mistake of getting close to people who weren't close to me, so you kind of learn to put like some barrier. But I'd be a liar if I said it wasn't a factor. Like the very fact that you're watching someone and you could have a chat with them, whether it is someone you do end up friends with, nothing wrong with that, or someone you think, well, that guy's just cool, there's sometimes cool banter. Like, it actually is an element of it, you know, there's that social aspect, there's that social side. And I think like that was a big reason why I never really watched YouTubers do their YouTube things. If they put out a funny video, that's one thing that's funny, right? Like, the two exceptions to my rule was an Aussie gamer who was playing a lot of Hitman, a lot of Assassin's Creed stuff, like way back in the the early 2010s. That stuff was funny, so I would watch it because it was funny. And was it not Bowen who would do like Hitman Let's Plays? That was like sped up at times. The Might Be Giant soundtrack, the funny text caption responding to whatever was going on. That was funny. That was funny, so I'd watch that, but I never really like kept up with anybody. It was like a cartoon, basically. Here's a cartoon on TV, we'll watch the cartoon, except the cartoon is somebody playing a game with jokes. But if the cartoon's not on TV, I'm not gonna miss it too much. In your business, you have so many random conversations with a wide range of people. Let you to just enjoy your experience of limited... Yeah, exactly. Enjoying the limited experience. Which is also something that I had to learn in a big way in my 20s. I used to be so awkward, if you guys could believe it. I was a shy guy with a troubled childhood that grew up not knowing how to interact all well. So I had to force myself to get out there. If an interaction is awkward, oh well, they're not gonna remember it. Learning how to just go with the flow and enjoy the things as they happen. Ephemerally, even. The fear of missing out. I suppose it is true, but I'm both blessed and cursed in the way with the fear of missing out stuff, because I was the guy, despite not being the coolest kid on the block. I was that kid, and thus that guy in his 20s who was like, this new popular thing? I don't care about the new popular thing. And so it was like I would purposefully miss out on things, and only really get into it once their heyday was done. That I consider a flaw that I'm trying to work on, cringe is dead, long live. Long live, like, earnest, emotional appreciation of stuff in the moment. How's my armies doing? Boat's out of range still. You know what, Alexander? I think I miss Google Plus too. I didn't spend a lot of time with Google Plus. Like way back in 2009 and such, I was more into Facebook before, Zuckerberg turned into like the Cambridge Analytica, Twitter, but more fun kind of thing. But Google Plus looked alright. It's a shame that Google likes to make stuff, and then nothing happens with the stuff, and they give up on the stuff right away. Governor Pannonia dead again. There is a Zoroastrian Armenian Dinocratid. I guess they're also suffering, not having enough family members and having to adopt them in. Sure. Tyranny's low. I don't gotta bribe him. I don't gotta convert him. The game's almost over anyway. It's 7:17. What is Google Plus? It was basically Google's very short-lived version of like Facebook, if I remember correctly. I had like brief access to it, set up the profile, and then they gutted it practically the next month. The Empire's main religion, it is Hellenic, yeah. We started off in Little Syracuse, so we're Hellenic Sikeliotes, through and through. If it wasn't for Alexander's empire getting further to the east, Macedonians would be extinct. Damn! I look away from India for like 10 years, and they went from Hindu-dominated to all those grand temples finally had their effect. Just standing around there. Did I do the thing again where I click the person and not the actual blop? Blop, stay in there. Otegria. Okay, we already hired them. We're offered 2, and they said no. So I gotta wait out for that one. This war just waiting on nothing. It's one. It's one. Suit for peace. Mine now. And now, you are in a league with 1, 2, 3. So that'd be some more good lands to take in Spain. I don't expect to take all of Spain in one go before the game ends. I figure that, much like the time span of the game is basically the rise of the Roman Republic and ends the day it becomes the Empire. So, much like history, I'll assume that any conquest I don't do in the span of the game, my Agathocles accomplish for me afterwards. Any mods? No mods. This is my very first time playing outside the tutorial, so I wanted to get the fresh experience. But I do understand that the Invictus mod is basically like the unofficial continuation of the game if Paradox were to continue to support it. Like, they do some sheer magic with that thing. So, Invictus I might look at someday. And, the worst thing happened. I saw someone's screenshot of a mod where they were playing with a global map expansion. And that kind of stuff is butter in my ears. Like Crusader Kings 2 with Tianxia was perfect as a perfect joining. And so, it's kind of tempting. It's tempting to see how far it could push the ancient world. But I might limit myself, since, like with CK2, you had a full game that was supported, so Tianxia was adding to it. I would have to do my homework to see if I want to do a map expansion too for this. Yeah, first game after tutorial, which is funny, because when I first played this, back in like when it came out, was it 2019 I think? I gave it 20 hours, coming off of Crusader Kings 2, and thought, I can't figure this out. This is so much closer to Europa Universalis. I'm no good at Europa Universalis. 20 hours. Fuck, I can't refund this anymore. I guess I'm stuck with it. But after doing some wiki reading, after giving the tutorial a try, it started to click a bit more, you know? Not immediately, like my economy sucked for ages. I wasn't able to use mercenaries for the longest time because my income was in the decimal points. My sole blessing was that Rome was willing to have an alliance with me, so what should have been my biggest threat was helping me take over the Etruscans, and at least keeping off my back while I unified the Greeks. And I guess even starting with Syracuse, it's kind of easier because it's a Hellenic polity. And because everyone is Hellenic, we all get along so much better. It's easier to, say, integrate the Epirotes for a while, or assimilate everyone in Boeotia. And so it was really easy to build up manpower even as a small guy, kick out Carthage from western Sicily, keep Rome off my back, build up my power base. The trouble I had trying to learn the game the first time is I thought, I'm going to do this like Crusader Kings. Crusader Kings I learned by picking somebody small, struggling, learning a little bit each time. Very first time I played this back in 2019, I was some random small tribal out here. And this is a game built around urban-based settled societies. You get like no mechanics as a small tribal in the middle of Britain, thinking that's far enough away, I'll conquer my neighbors, figure this out. I had no mechanics out there, I had nothing to figure out. I conquered 2 neighbors, ran out of manpower for the next 30 years, gave up on it. Why aren't I good at EU? Because it's a different style of game. CK2 was easy because I was mostly managing on a person-to-person basis. If I had a problem, I could marry some of my family out to their family, no problem. Put a little bit of a barrier there, figure things out over here and there. Whereas this and Europa Universalis is a whole lot more abstract. If I want to handle my stability, I'm not doing it by putting governors of somebody's culture and religion, or marrying somebody to make sure a faction doesn't get too powerful. I'm building my stability by babysitting a stat that raises and lowers. I'm babysitting my mana points that I have to accrue, primarily through events that I'm lucky or unlucky to get. You know, it's a lot more It's a lot more board gamey, it's a lot more tokens and numbers. And I didn't want to play tokens and numbers. I wanted to say, if I have a problem with you, take my daughter, get off my back, or if these people are unhappy, what if I give them a governor of their culture and they could believe if they wish that they have self-governance. I was going from a game where I had that kind of nuance in how I manage the realm to the management of the realm being out of my hands and very, very abstracted. I wasn't abstract-brained yet. But no, Alexander, I also have not tried Emperor of the Fading Suns. If anything, this is the first time I've heard of it. Basically adaptable, like choosing Mongolia in EU4, when EU4 is basically based around the modern, urban, European-style nation-states. And so if you pick out some little guy elsewhere, you don't have the game mechanics, you don't have the game focused on that part being playable. It's good for a challenge if you want to do the challenge, but not very good for actually learning it. And so that's why it took me a while, which is funny because now that I figured out Imperator Rome, I think it might be easier to turn back around and do Europa Universalis. Especially since a lot of what's in Imperator Rome, I was keeping up with the EU5 dev diaries back when it was just Project Kaiser. So many mechanics, so much of what EU5 looks to be, like looks is going to be, it looks like it's Imperator Rome, but expanded to Europa Universalis. So, if it wasn't for Europa Universalis 5 saying nothing's going on in North America, nothing's going on in the Pacific, there's no sophisticated kinship states with their commerce and politics spreading throughout the ocean, spreading throughout the continent, no master navigators, they're just society of pops. They're just people who don't have commerce, don't have international, extranational politics and relationships. None of that's going on, they're just SOPs waiting to be colonized. If it wasn't for that, I would actually think that, hey, I've got a good grasp of the proto-EU5 in Imperator Rome. I'd actually have fun with this, I'd want to play it. You're excited and afraid equally for EU5. Lately, every launch has been a dumpster fire. See, that's why I was looking so interestingly into EU5. Because up until that point, where it said, no Guinea, you don't exist, you're an SOP, up until that point, every new dev diary was gold. Every new dev diary, I was like, holy shit, I can't wait to use all these mechanics to play in the Pacific, you know? So the mechanics are there. The mechanics are there, the gold is there. I know that when EU5 comes out, it's gonna be a much nicer game than CK3 is, at least. Even with, like, the contentious 3D model issue, where it's like, with CK3, they went all in for the Sims, you know, you gotta make sure that you could watch your character picking his nose and going like this when it turns out that you can't love your wife because you didn't save her from an intruder this time. You know, instead of using 3D models to pretend to roleplay, it's 3D models to just have a bust of your character. It's basically this, you know, it's like, it's sensible. It's the bust of the character instead of a Crusader Kings 2 style potato portrait. So even with the contentious stuff, it looks like EU5 is going to be a fun game. I would put money on EU5 quite possibly being the hallmark of the modern Paradox game when it comes out on launch. It's just not the game for me because they won't let me play who I want to play as. I'm going to get around to it if some mod comes out to turn SOPs into tribes, if some expansion comes out in 6-7 years that makes North America or the Pacific actually playable, I don't expect the Swedes to have a perfect grasp of history for every part of the world. If anything, I'm actually impressed because I've taken a look at like some of the academic clout that they got coming in, and whether it's forumites that say, actually, Paradox, I'm going to make a giant thread here because I got this dissertation that talks about date trading in like Arabic pagan tribes in the 15th century, and they're like, cool, we'll look at it. Or the actual doctorates and historians that they have on their team, you know, they're not just making stuff up as they go along. You know, they got actual knowledge coming into the games. I think that's so cool. And I understand that they do have their blind spots, and they can't put everyone everywhere because they simply don't know, right? It's impressive. The knowledge base coming in is super impressive. The gameplay, development, technical stuff is really fucking impressive. But I'm still gonna be hands-off until I could be the people I want to be as, you know? I had my goal going in, like, stars in my eyes, holy shit, this is amazing, I want to play it over here, but I can't play it over here, so I'm just gonna wait. I know the game is gonna be great. I know it. And because Imperator Rome feels like it is a beta for everything that's gonna be expanded upon in Europa Universalis 5, I know I'm going to love it. But I literally can't play the people I want to play. If I can't play the people I want to play, I can't play the game. And that's all it comes down to for me. I'm sorry. Paradox. I'll play it in 6-7 years. I promise. You've learned in EU4 if you hit a specific criteria at benchmark dates for countries, it activates hidden events. But typically European countries, major players in Asia, yeah. That's typically what it is for their focus. They don't call it Earth Universalis after all. It's Europa Universalis. The primary focus is in Europa, and a few more impressive powers outside it that caught their attention. Creative provincialism, it's gonna happen. Like, back before I gave up on the forum, like, what I was saying is, I didn't want them to put specific mechanics if they didn't want specific mechanics. I just wanted even the most bare bones basic mechanics so I could play. I'm fine if they don't have a perfect grasp of history, right? Like, if they don't have, like, Palau and Yap and the Marshall Islands and the Chamorros, like, quarrying up giant stone money to sail across the ocean to act as a kind of prestige money to build up loyalty and trust and to act as like an abstract kind of money for the transferal of property. I'm fine if they don't have that. If they just have it as here is a tribe, unite these other tribes, you know, that's perfectly fine. I'd be happy with that because you can grow from there in the gameplay, you know? Like, even just the bare bones basic Paradox tribal would be better than nothing happened, it's SOP, there's no commerce, there's no politics, there's nothing. That's like, it's basically just this. It's basically, there's nobody there, go colonize it, is what the mechanic of SOPs is. Oh, Hadramut tried to attack us. Added their fleets to our fleets. Still waiting on this. 186 Olympiad. I can't participate because I own Olympia, the only actual participants. Now that I've added, what was it? Yeah, Sporades, little tiny Sporades, somehow stayed independent. Captured Sporades, captured the guys who broke away there. The only two people who could compete is Persian Empire and Bactria. They're the only independent Hellenic powers left. The rise of Chinese software companies putting on Asian focuses for life history. Yeah, that's pretty cool too. I played a few Chinese developed games that I found on stream. And I have a few more on the wish list that I haven't gotten around to. It's really cool seeing like other people try to build a grand strategy game from their perspective and their understanding of history, and more importantly, with a better understanding of how it worked for them. Which is also what was really cool for the Tianxia mod for Crusader Kings 2. It didn't just expand the map to China, Indonesia, Philippines, Japan, the West Pacific, but it did it with an understanding of Chinese history and mechanics. So you got a Crusader Kings 2 that expands to East Asia and the West Pacific, but also puts in some really good mechanics and flavor and diversity in East Asia. You know, it's like, it was the proof of concept that Paradox could do it because he had people with the expertise and the know-how who were doing it on a Paradox game. When Crusader Kings 3 finally announced, guess what, surprise, surprise, we're finally gonna do China, I was like, it's about damn time! Tianxia's done it since like 20 whenever. What took you guys long enough? Stuff like that, Adaptable Breeder. If you haven't watched Macaw 45, I absolutely recommend him. He plays a plethora of games all over the world. He'll pull out games from like Argentina, focused on the Falkland Wars, Argentinian RTS. He'll pull out really basic DOS games made in like the 80s in Israel. He'll pull out puzzle games from Iran. He'll pull out games you didn't know even had game development industries in those countries. He doesn't always do exploration across the world, but when he does, it's an absolute joy because even if it's like a basic DOS game or whatever, you know, you still get to see how different people all over the world were building up their games industries. Beyond like, here's Britain, they got Eggy, here's France, they got Cryo, which is cool stuff too. But like really dig it into the obscure parts from all over the world. And with technology becoming like a lot more open, a lot more accessible, it's gonna be great seeing what everyone else makes and puts out. I would love to see, you know, like, games coming out of various African countries that eventually bubble up in my Steam Discovery queue that I'll wishlist up until they get an English version, of course, since I am quite illiterate. But like, when I play Chinese games that have even basic machine-translated English subtitles, it's really cool stuff. Scientific breakthrough. Nah. Just sap his loyalty. Okay, they're locked in. 2,000 versus 8,000. 2,000 versus 8,000, but they have half morale. I'm really hoping that bonus to morale for being at max helps out there. Here, go help him out there. 4,000, potentially, against 8. Low chance of winning. 4 Marshall against 13. That would actually be a problem. Arabia Felix, who else do we have? Dedids, you have enough people in there. 10. 10, no corruption, 71 loyalty. Now you see what I mean about this being... This is basically the Europa Universalis 5 prototype. Back when I was keeping up with the dev diaries, the Tinto talks, you couldn't do that. They knew Paradox is quite tired of being able to teleport governors and commanders all throughout the world. I figured that they meant from the perspective of like Crusader Kings 2. You have your like your sub-commanders, your commanders, your flank commanders. You swap them in out. They mean like this. They mean, oh no, we're about to have a fight in 1 day's time. Swap the governor to a better commander. So in EU5, if you swap a commander out, it takes time for them to get there. So I can't do this, where I swap out the governor in the hope of getting a better outcome in the fight. This would make the outcome worse, I'm pretty sure, because that would leave the stack ungoverned, uncommanded. Local tabletop RPGs opened up more local set. Is also true. There was a really cool tabletop RPG, Alexander, that I saw the other year that was basically for free on Indigenous Peoples Day. It was kind of an honor system thing. It was Indigenous Peoples Day. If you're an Indigenous person, go ahead, take it for free. If you're not an Indigenous person, we don't mind you playing this, but at least put $1 to the donation. And that was a pretty cool one, because the conceit of that RPG was, it was North America. It was a cyberpunk North America if European colonization didn't happen. Like there was some kind of like eldritch cosmological event that basically cut the world off. And so Europe was simply unable to colonize westward, and North America had no contact with the outside. But it was still cyberpunk because this cosmic event, left these resources and materials that changed the course of history towards a certain technological bent. But without the European influence, there was still a lot more like indigenous North American like influence in how the cyberpunk urban society develops and how the technology is used. Of course, there was still a little bit of modern influence in there because you can't really escape it, right? Like, it still has the kind of... The west part is super techy, and, you know, the whole north good, south bad. The Mexico part is like really violent and aggressive towards you. They're the enemies at the gates. So you can't fully scrub out, like, the modern sort of cultural underpinning in things. Let me see if I can figure out what it was, because it was really cool. I downloaded it, but you know how a new tabletop game is. It's like, it's 200 pages you have to read through to learn how the game was even played. So that was another one on the get it, start reading through it, maybe someday. Coyote and Crow. Yeah. Tabletop game publisher. Yeah, Coyote and Crow. Science fantasy role-playing game set in an uncolonized future. The second result I have on Google is from 1 year ago, Reddit RPG. Can we all stop bashing Coyote and Crow? What? What happened? What's the controversy? Constantly see Coyote and Crow brought up amongst discussions of games you regret buying, games that didn't hit the mark, etc. Never hear people talk about the actual game. It's always about how the game setting is too utopian to have fun conflict. Does a poor job of inspiring ways to create conflict. That's on the DM, isn't it? They give you the world. You gotta write your stories. Other argument people make is a misunderstanding of their sidebar about non-natives using native culture in-game. Only thing they're asking is if you're not from a Native American tribe, stick to what's in the book. That's also not a bad ask, you know? Like, here is Native American indigenous lore. If you didn't grow up on or know the Native American indigenous lore, take it from us, just use the lore we're giving you. That's not a big ask. Is that all that people complain about? That it's not giving enough conflict out of the gate, and people feel bad that they can't create their own North American indigenous lore. Okay, so looking into it, the controversy is there's no controversy. Never seen any bashing, but also never got a straight answer to what do you do in this game. Now look, I haven't read the entire rulebook. It's a big PDF, it's like 200 pages, but I read like halfway through it. There's lots of seeds for different conflicts you can create. Any good DM would create a story based on all those little seeds. People must be using all the starter adventures still, you know? They're all still stuck on the, They're stuck on the cattle raids. They're not making their own adventures. Reasonable request, Reddit recalled and shriek. Now, I'm not gonna say that that's representative of Reddit. That's one Reddit thread that I've seen in the RPG subreddit from one person who says that they've seen all discussions about it being about whatever. They could be seeing it in other gaming forums, or they could maybe see it among their friends. I'm simply poking my head in to see what the grapevine is saying could be a possible controversy. Like, oh no, is the game actually not bad? But it's not that, so I'm reassured. Doors closed, that's all I cared about. That's all I cared to see. I see one thread in which people don't know how to make conflict. Beat 'em! You're an avid Redditor, but you see what's... yeah, same. I'm actually at the point, Adaptable Beater, where I'm maxed out on my filtered subreddits. They give you 100 subreddits you could filter out so you never have to see them when you go on r/all. I filtered out, like, Nazi bars, tanky bars. You know, I don't mind left wing. Communist, great. Anarchist, great. Tankies, no thank you. I'm a Pacific Islander. You know, I don't want to be colonized by somebody else. You know, really deep, hateful, conservative stuff, really boring meme stuff. I filtered out so much, I can't filter out anymore. I did Chill and Chum. Yesterday was devoted to take it out Thrace and take it out Armenia. And now it's March of 718, so there's only... ...9 years. I got 9 years left to enjoy the game. Right now, Reddit is really, really boosting Harry Potter on HBO. And I actually got myself banned from the subreddit. Not for saying anything too contentious, but simply popping in on a thread that Reddit was boosting and say, man, Reddit's really boosting this, but I'm at my max filters. Which of my filtered subreddits is dead so I can add this to it? And they banned me for it. Oh well, sucks to suck. But man, there's so many. And the rough thing is, I scroll through all of my subreddits that I have filtered out. I can't get rid of any single one of them. Because I know they're all still active. I don't want to see conservatives make the most infuriating takes. I don't want to see, you know, all the boring standard subreddits from r/all, you know, are funny, stuff like that. I don't want to see people popping pimples. 100 filtered subs, they should give me 500. There's so much I don't want to see. Ban me for what exactly? Now, granted, Alexander, I did kind of phrase it as like, okay, I'm at 100 filtered subs. Which sub do I get rid of so I can filter out the insane, genocidal, bigoted woman's show? They didn't like that. They didn't like that I kind of put it that way, you know? The Harry Potter on HBO subreddit doesn't like when you bring up that there's a reason you might not want to see stuff about Harry Potter on HBO. I would say that that was an earned banning. That was alright. That was, I said some shit, they knew what I was about, they banned me for it anyway. Convenient, but a strange thing to ban for Chill and Chum? I mean, the subreddit is specifically for the show. I figure it's a corporate-owned subreddit. They don't want any naysaying. They just want you to be like, oh my goodness, the actor's so cute. Oh my goodness, it looks just like them, you know? They want you to be there for the show. They don't want... they don't want the bad vibes, even if the bad vibes are for good reasons. Most of my subreddit bans are earned, you know? Like, I'm happy to be banned from that for saying shit. I'm happy to be banned from our conservative or the Donald, because that's a badge of honor, you know? You get a ban like that, you're like... That's them putting a little pin on my chest saying I'm not a bigot. The only unearned ban I would say that I've had on Reddit so far is from World News, in which there was, you know, World News really loves to promote Israeli stuff, right? Like, there was a news bit about some victim talking about rapes on October 11th. And now, I wasn't denying that that's horrific. I just said, oh my goodness, that's horrific. But still not justification to wipe out an entire people. Instant ban. And the ban reason they gave was genocide denial. Giving me a ban for genocide denial for saying that violence on October 7 is horrific, but not an excuse to wipe out or try to wipe out an entire people. So I don't look at World News anymore. If there's anything newsworthy on World News, it'll end up on any other subreddit. But that's a very, I see what you're about now kind of thing. Bountiful harvest. Stability! People rejoice. You don't like the idea of granting people a ban when they ask for it. That's just you, though. Yeah. Yeah. I've been a moderator a few times, so I get it, you know. I have a very simple moderation process. My moderation process, having been both the troublemaking shit and also the bad mod, also I've been a bad mod a few times, is if someone's gonna cause problems, you just get rid of them. So I can't blame them for it, you know? That's literally what the mod's job is if someone's causing problems, community cohesion. Just sometimes it's, you know, community cohesion for a community you don't really care about and don't want to be a part of anyway. You know, close the door on your way out. I'm not gonna miss it. They're not gonna miss it. Let's split this up. We'll split you. So one could go take that, and the other will help take out these little armies. Who dared? Take that back. And it's only one other pillar to occupy. That siege, that occupation, then done. Hardly anyone turned up to the Olympic Games. Was it too far away, Bactria, Persian Empire? You couldn't get them over in time. I think I'm simply going to lose popularity either way until the game ends. Either I don't host the Olympics and people think I'm mean, or I host the Olympics and nobody comes. And now they need a granary. Granaries they no longer need the tax offices, right? Aqueduct, Court of Law, Granary is all they want. To complete that mission set. And how? Oh, they're coming up. Got 9 years. I think gobbling up Parthia might be a big ask for the next 9 years. Because I gotta move my guys into position first. The only thing I really want from them is some Caspian Sea coast just for the fun of it. We could make it like a holiday vacation thing. And how are my guys in the west? When I hire you? I hired you? When? Zena reads Mercenaries. Huh. Okay. Got 64 coming in. We'll have you guys take over here, because it's going to be you. Oh, show superiority. Who do I have Cassispelli on here? Did I not make Cassispelli on this group? Because they're all together. We do got Cassispelli on this guy. And he has a pretty nice looking defensive league going on here. Caledonia, Leonia, Aebacolsia, all the way down there. So we basically get all this. That could be a pretty nice looking prize. We'd have to go deep, but it puts us a bit more to the coast, a bit more up against the mountain. That could be a nice natural evolution for the state. You gotta hop off, Alexander. That's perfectly alright. Thank you for hanging out. You enjoy your happy birthday again. We got loads of guys here. 162,000. It's only 9 years. Go big, go home. So they have 2 forts over here. And I'm seeing a few more forts. We got this. We got this. When somebody wants a ban, they're clearly oppositional in some fashion. Even if you don't know in what way, you're suspicious of the motive. If they have it as a badge of honor or anything similar, you wish it... You gotta be the bigger man though, Chill and Chum. Like, on the one hand, getting banned from the conservative subreddit, the Donald, that's a badge of honor because that means you are not a Nazi bigot. When it comes to like Twitter fights, online discourse and online arguments person to person, I think is excessively confrontational. There are people who live, drink, and breathe drama. And so when they discourse, you know, they're not arguing about the right shape of communism. They're arguing because they get high on the drama and the clout. You know, there's lots of people that I have muted on Blue Sky. Not because they're on the left. I love the left. You know, like I said, I love communists. I love anarchists. We're all going for the same exact goal. We just have different ways of going there. I love that we have different perspectives of how to reach the same goal. As far as I'm concerned, we're allies. But there are some people who, when they argue, they're not doing it for the theory or for any sort of intersectional way. They're arguing because they love to argue. So even if they're on my side, they're a pain in the ass. I have them muted. If you're a mod, and someone is that type of person, they get off on the arguments. They see being blocked or banned as a badge of honor. In that case, let them. In that case, if you're a mod, and your role is to maintain community adhesion, they could be someone who loves to argue, they could be someone who sees being banned or blocked as a badge of honor, and they'll turn around and go, her, I can't believe you banned me, loser. And maybe they'll take 3 or 5 of their friends with them because they're gonna be like, oh man, you suck, you banned my friend, how could you, they're a great person. They love us, we're friends with us. This means that you're a jerk. The easiest thing is let them go. Let them take the ban. Let them see it as a win. Let them take their 5-10 friends with them. Because you've made things easier for 20 or 30 other people who want to have good conversations, who maybe want to debate the things that matter, but they don't get off on the arguments, I had to learn that lesson on Transformice, of all places. Transformice is a real battleground. You have children who shouldn't be on open chat room games, and you have people in their 20s who are too much like children. And if you want your tribe to be in a good way, or you're trying to moderate the shit that goes down in the public chat rooms of the game, you gotta ban the troublemakers and let them take their friends with them, because that just makes your job easier. You're thinking of cases where somebody wants to be banned in somebody's Twitch channel or someone's Discord server. Exactly, Chillin' Chum. Again, exactly. Somebody's Twitch server or somebody's Discord. That is a community. That is either a place of friends, or that's a place where you want people to have a good time. You don't want that shit to follow and make people feel awkward and want to leave. You don't want there to be arguments. Maybe sometimes a debate happens and things go back and forth, but in the end you want people to be friends. So you ban the person who's making things very uncomfortable, and you let them drag their friends away, and you've just made your job so much easier. You just made your job so much easier by getting rid of the guy who wants to cause shit and their friends who have fun when their friend causes shit. Now you're left with people who are there to have a good time. They want to see the games that are being streamed. They want to, post stupid memes of the Discord. You've just made things so much more fun by letting them have the win of being banned to carry that badge of honor. That is the moderator doing their job well. These 9 years are being dragged out because we're having some fun conversations today. Folks, you're making it very fun. But it's been over 4 hours of stream, so for the sake of avoiding the blood clots that my dad got later in life, I'm going to stretch my legs and grab a BRB. And it's about time to feed the cats anyway, so I'm going to be back with fresh water and a fed cat. We're going to finish off this war with Hadramut. We're going to go to war with Persia Empire to complete this little bit of this Indian governance and hopefully automatically fill in this desert my color just for the aesthetics. And then see if I could split my attention 3 ways and get a bit more land in Spain before the game ends. So back in a few. I opened the door, and Onyx was literally licking his lips as he ran down the hallway. It's technically 20 minutes early for his lunch, but he's hungry. Alright, folks, don't let me interrupt you. Cat's been fed, gave them some extra tuna to be extra nice. They're good boys, those cats, so I don't mind treating them nicely every once in a while. Gotta wait for that granary to complete. War almost done here. I think when they get here, they're only at 65,000 troops, right? This stack of armies from Magna Graecia. We got loads of manpower. Could try assaulting the fort when they get there. Maybe not when they get there. Wait for a bit. To bring this to a quicker close. Put Hadramut under our belt. Bridge this navigation range. Hopefully you guys are enjoying your conversation. It looks like you guys have kept it pretty chill and civil, so the concern earlier about, what was it? If you feel this conversation getting too debatey, let us know. You guys are perfectly fine. The reason the only chat rule on this stream is, yes it does, is because you guys tend to be pretty chill and good with things, even with headier topics. So I don't mind you guys having conversations here, it's perfectly fine. $163,000 more troops devoted to taking this over. There's a few more mercenaries. I could hire them myself, but I feel like it's more fun to poach them off everybody else. Governor Macedonia and head of the Heracid family. Dead! And now the Heracids don't have enough people with jobs. Are there some decent Heracids among the party boat people? 10 corruption. Three corruption, what's your story? He's deceitful, so he gets a bit more corruption. Nah. 63 is 20 corrupt. Staying on his boat forever then. The least corrupt Heracid, only 10 corruption. Because he had nefarious tendencies. Nefarious tendencies. Oh, there he is! The uncorrupted Heracid. Pausanias. Wait, where is he? Where is he? I don't see... Oh, I missed him. I skipped right through, that's why. Zero corruption. Family no longer scorned. Let's give them a few more party boats. As a bit of a buffer. The coast here is practically Heracid. Nobody else wants. Zedid qualifies for a job, is not corrupt. Dided. There's a Heracid. Heracid, 10 corruption, there's your boat, enjoy it. Took a gummy because a hell of a week. Hopefully that helps take the edge off Adaptable. One of the good things about legalization here in California is things are so accessible. Growing up, even into my 20s, I was like, how on earth do people get their drugs? Not that I want to, but if I were to try to, like, just walk up to someone, or, like, look up somebody's Insta, I would sound like such a big cop trying to buy drugs if I ever tried to before legalization. And nowadays it's like buying groceries. Just go in. That looks cool. Could I have some of that? It has been a rather mind-opening experience, to put it lightly. Still marching over. 3K on the border. I can't imagine Persia's got too much left. And they're split in twain, which doesn't make it any easier. In your 40s, adaptable beater? I'm getting close. Like, I can't count myself as a pro. I've done some dabbling here or there, but it's basically within the past few years that I've started at all. Just because, you know, boyfriend came out of a really conservative Jehovah's Witness family, and so never got to try a whole lot of things, and it's like drinking for me, right? Typically, I drink for basically karaoke or if the company is cute. And so if boyfriend wants to experiment, yeah, sure, down the hatch. All the more reason it's so much nicer that it's such a small process these days. Walk to the dispensary, walk to the smoke shop at the back of the piercing parlor. Be like, huh, we sell those here? I'll try some. I'm not a heavy user. They're nice sometimes, like the mushroom extract especially, is a really good experience for me. But one, that stuff is super expensive. We've already got a stockpile of stuff we haven't gotten through yet. You know, I don't have any need to buy any right now. But also with the world around me. These mind-altering substances seem to be very, very dependent upon my state of mind at the time. So like, when I'm having a good time, it's like flying through space almost sometimes. If I'm having an anxious moment, it's like miserable. And with the world as it is right now, with the world as it is, maybe I don't want to unlock that little voice that gets locked away by the consciousness that comes up when all the chains are removed and says, Guinea, what are you doing? This isn't your ego, this is what you're supposed to be doing. Is this who you are? Do you want to do this when you need to do this and that? You need to do this and that, Guinea. Look at what's going on around you. Do I want that voice in my ear with the country on fire? No, I do not. Venerable Elder, name of Andobalis Turenos, approached our Megas Basilius in private this morning. Just anybody gets to approach us in private. In a hushed voice, he spoke of a vision of the near future. Yeah, I know, the game's ending. It's November 7/18. In which he was... we haven't had this in so long. Back at the start of the game, when we were little tiny Syracuse and later Magna Grecia, and our monthly income was in the decimal points. I love this event. It's free money. Free money, free loyalty. He's giving us $3,000. If we promise to take care of him, it's like $4,000 almost. If we convince him all is well, stability and loyalty. And if we have the cruelty trait, we could offer to kill him in the exact way he's worried about. We could choose to sacrifice him to dark gods and take his money anyway. ASMR voice in my head? I wish it's ASMR. It's a deep and eldritch forbidden voice coming from the bottom of my heart, wrapping around the back of my brain going forward, and pulling full focus and attention onto it alone. It's getting close to the end. We got loads of money. And stability is in the gutter, but doesn't matter too much right now anyway. All be well. We'll get the 3 stability. Alright. We got a lot of guys coming in the back way. He's also got no... He's got no fort here. His only fort is up in his eastern border. Military access? I don't see... Defensive league with the Persian Empire. Persian Empire is a mere local power now. So he's small enough to... The Persian Empire is small enough to have a defensive league. That's so cute, but so sad. So they get to move through here freely. Oh well. All we gotta do is occupy this and let the war score tick up. But they might harm. They might harm the shrine to Dad. I don't know if they have militant Epicureanism, but that's actually a risk. 2,000 dudes to keep them safe. 2,000. 2,000. We'll get an extra 14,000 here. That's just gonna be shrine protection to keep them off of that one city and that one city alone. Pyrenaica, Satagidia. What does this count as? Paracania. Take Paracania. Occupy it. Keep him out. Wait a few months and then take it as my own. You came across the channel first because of Imperador, but told your wife you just like listening to the voice in the background. Aww. That's so sweet, Adaptable Beater. And a little bit awkward because it took me so long to get used to my own voice. Especially since, like, I don't have the best audio setup, so... It's not the best audio quality, I know. And I wish that my voice sounded like the internal acoustics, but it really doesn't. Imagine if you guys heard the guinea in my head. You haven't heard anything until you've heard the guinea in my head. That's a whole different guy entirely. The guinea that I hear when I play back recordings or listen to a VOD to see how the quality is so far, that guy is such a dork. How do you guys watch him? She likes it, so you're cool. That's alright then. As long as I'm not tearing your marriage apart then. Growth of Vazal is complete. Mission complete. I think I'm rather done doing missions. They're all, for the most part, they're generic ones right now. The only one specific to Syracuse is Death to Tyrants, to restore popular government to Syracuse. It'd basically be the opposite of Rome then. Imperator Rome, the timeline, follows the rise of the Roman Republic and stops at the moment it becomes the Empire. If we choose to end the game on Death to Tyrants, it'd be the rise of the monarchy in Syracuse into the empire of the Hellenistic Empire, and then end the game as a republic once more. It'd be an interesting reverse thematic theme, but if I know this game, it would probably culminate in some mission that splits the realm in half between the old Imperial supporters versus the New Republic supporters. I was already saying yesterday, civil wars are rough! I have no intention of having one more civil war here. You're trying to convince your youngest daughter who started cheerleading practice to call herself a power bottom because she likes to be the base for the Flyers. Adaptable, oh no. Kids talk adaptable, they know what that means. There's a kink inflation these days, you know? What used to be naughty and kinky for us when we were kids is the merest vanilla stuff now. Kids know what words mean. They know what words mean that you're hoping they don't know what those words mean. Order the assault, it's at 35% already. And there goes all my armies. But war is won. War is won, so once those flip over... Wouldn't splitting my own nation into two be fun? If there were 30 years left... If there were 30 years left, it might be interesting to see how it breaks up, and then try to consolidate first the area around my core, and then solidify my western borders, and then start Xerox copying my way towards the east. If there were 30 years left, then sure, but there's like... May 7/19. There's 8 years left! I haven't got 8 years left to unify the world! Save the game and try before the timeline ends to split into civil war. To see how it would break. I'm too proud. I'm too proud to do it. Maybe... Plus, it wouldn't be an instant thing. It's a mission, so I would have to do all sorts of other preliminary steps before it gets to that point. Don't I ever want to destroy something pretty sometimes? Yeah! Oh, excuse me. Yeah, I do! That's why I completely gobbled up Carthage. That's why Thrace and Armenia, who I had no issue with, I had no issue with Armenia, why they no longer exist. There's actually a funny story about don't I ever want to destroy something pretty sometimes. When I was but a small toddler, living on a small house that my parents rented in a hill in Saipan, they had a garden that kind of ended on the hill, and the hill just like sloped into a little bit of woodland, then a road below it. And there was this nice big boulder that was balanced on the very edge of that hill, on the top of the slope. And for so many years of my young toddler life, you know, you're a little kid, you see a challenge, you want to do the challenge. I thought I'd try to push the giant boulder, but I'd be a little toddler, and the boulder would be massive. At least for me, it's like chair height at most. Still a pretty big rock. And I'm not saying it was an everyday thing, but every so often, I'll remember, oh yeah, the rock. I would try to push it, dig a little bit of the dirt under the rock, to see if I could dislodge it. Thank goodness that it never happened when I was a toddler. Imagine that giant rock in my poor toddler hands. And years into my life, I must have been like 5 or 6 years old, I eventually came back to the rock enough and dug out under the rock enough that I pushed it, and it gave, and I pushed, and that rock rolled down the hill and I panicked because there's road down the hill. It's up in the village, so it's not like it's heavy traffic. But it's like, oh no, what if it rolls down and breaks something? Oh no, it rolled down. Can I even get it back up? I spent so much of my life as a child. Bear in mind, I'm like 5-6 years old. This is insignificant, but this is my entire life's effort. My whole life's effort to roll this rock down the hill. I finally did. Thank goodness it didn't break anything because it's just a small dirt road down there. It doesn't matter. But now the rock's down the hill. I'm a small child. I can't get the rock back up the hill. I literally spent my entire life destroying something pretty just for the sake of, hey, can I do this? I didn't think of the consequences. And because that was like one bad thing in my heart so early in my life, that was actually a really major guilt that I would feel bad about. Like, oh no, because of me, the rock's not on top of the hill of the garden, it's down there, it's never gonna come back up. Oh, child Guinea, when the world was still so small that the biggest thing I was worried about was I ruined this one nice thing. And now I've ruined Hadramut's independence for nothing more than wanting to link up my naval range. They were simply in the way of me having a bunch of pretty green hexes from the Atlantic to the Indian Ocean. Give me a second. One sneeze and suddenly I can hear better again. Eight years to go. I got 62,000 armies here. 83,000 here. And 782,000 manpower. It's just a little bit of the Caspian coast. I think it's gonna have to be Parthia. We have guys here to block the eastern border. And then we could bring the rest of the group on over up the Tigris to station themselves up here. Take the war target, grab a bit extra, just to take the war score up. That could be our final 8-year target then. Finish things up over here in Spain. Everybody's in place. That's a pretty big defensive league they got here too. Let's do one more war. Who's a fairly big side? Asia. Levy Asia. We'll siege over there. 2 sieges at once. Ideally, we take everything. But if I just take a small bit, that's also fine. Hey, MP83. No, MP, look. There's armies too. There's also armies roaming around. Sometimes we have fights. In fact, there's an enemy army being chased right there, MP. This is cool, exciting action gaming. This is the height of action. Imagine watching paint dry, but sometimes those paints have battles that take days. There's a lot going on in here, MP. ports anymore. Delete those for the money. The stuffy nose is annoying because I've taken a 12-hour Sudafed now. And there's no way it's been 12 hours within 4. All he sees is a cool streamer. MP. MP. You're looking in the mirror again, buddy. Port. Alright. 23 war score on Persian Empire. I don't care to eliminate them. I don't care to gobble up their little defensive league partner. We got a land border with Bactria now. All I want is to reclaim this bit, and hopefully, I don't know if it will, and hopefully turn this desert blue, by virtue of having more lands bordering it. Could we have them become subject? Capital needs to be occupied, but I could make the Persian Empire client state. I don't need to. I don't need it. I don't need it. Just take what I want, get out of there. And it did, in fact, turn most of the desert blue at least. I just wanted the aesthetics. I didn't want it to look like my mighty empire is forced to get pinched on the land there. Technically they are, because that's impassable, uninhabitable terrain. But it looks nicer this way. Looks a bit beefier. Now, we'll join over there because I think Parthia's gotta be it. They are a major power, so if I was really, really foolish, we could do it as another Imperial challenge. They're also big. They don't get to go from a small regional power to major power Parthia without making enemies. They have no alliances. They got Casus Belli, no military access. They have an appeasing stance. They're trying to make people like them more and lower aggressive expansion faster. But I bet you with how fast they had to expand to get this far, they're probably not going to get military access from Persian Empire, Bactria, Moria. They're all gonna see them as their next rival power beyond me. So we could actually do the Imperial Challenge, work our way from the east, fill in more of Ariana. I don't want to take Parthia from the heart of Parthia, that's the thing, right? All I really want is the southeastern Caspian coast because it looks pretty. That's it. I think it looked pretty with, like, my empire going from Mediterranean, Aegean, Black Sea, follow down the valley, down the plains around the mountains, to the Caspian Sea, and then they just curve along the coast till it hits mountain. Just curve along the coast till it hits mountain and then stop. I think that's alright. But that's Parthia in Parthia. I would think Parthia should keep Parthia. But it's just a coast. It's just a little coast. I take just a little coast instead of all this coast. They'll still be a major power. They could still expand into Moria, to Bactria. They could render Persian Empire extinct. They could still be my big buddy to the east. Everyone's on the boat. The boat's already moving. How's their fort situation? They have fort over there. This one's in Border Maria. They don't actually have too many forts. Just 1, 2, 3, and 4. Is that 5? It's 4. They have 4 forts. So we could march on through. Take a bit of Ariana. Maybe fight the Parthians here or there. Allow them to keep Scythia, whatever they hold in. There. Let them keep Scythia, let them keep Sogdiania, the stuff they hold in Bactria. Just take Ariana from them, and just enough of Parthia to have the coast here and the valley going into it. Do a few fights, get to 10 war score, and then call us even. Annoyingly, they could choose to expand up this way. They could march their armies all the way out, go through the wilderness, and start flipping blue to purple up here. So maybe if I kept some folks. Just out on the border to keep them out. Not to take over there. I don't mind them being the other Caspian Sea power. Beep, beep. What's up, beep, beep? Oh, boyfriend asked me to plug in his VR headset. Told him I'll plug it in when I let Onyx out. Opened the door, he was literally licking his lips as he ran down the hallway. He responds, he was very ready, lol. Alright. Let's put you... Yeah, that's alright. Put him over there. Governor. Gotta replace one more. Got no unhappy families. No risk of rebellion. That's the real prize. That's the real diploma. The proof of graduating Imperator Rome school. Having had all these big campaigns up and down Eurasia. And we haven't had a cascade of revolts since the first time. These guys got mercs hired against me, right? $6,000, $13,000, that's it? That's it you guys are bringing in against me? Curses and curses. How do they have a better offer than we do? With our 15,000, do they not see how big our pockets are? One of my little boats didn't go with. Trade influx, trade agreement Tricasia, split of returns on investment. Freemen's, find no fortune. Oh, foreign guys? Whatever. Although, I have read that one of the ways to quickly fill in these colonial gaps is by just moving a bunch of your pops to the border. Then you get enough, you flip them over, move everybody else, you get enough, you flip them over. All done within a single day. Could try filling in a bit more of this. Horror. We do have the capital bonus for cheaper population movements, right? Import vegetables is move slave cost cheaper. Okay, let's get one more import route, and in 6 months we'll get the vegetable surplus, and see if I can't work on that. Work that population teleportation magic. While these guys are busy moving, focus over on our Spain war. Siege number 1 complete. And these guys also warn against us. This big giant league here. That's probably all levies. Part of me wants to think, wow, they bought a lot of mercenaries, but this is a pretty big defensive league, because that's just all them. Hunt them down. They only have 2 against me. That's all just their own guys. I can't just bribe away their own guys. Actually, this one's even closer. We'll have you siege over there first. And the 55 stack can go down here instead. Send mercenaries to join the hunt. No risk of civil war. Who's this loyal? Leo Stratos. Whatever. What's his deal this time? Power base of supporters. Oh, that's my guys on the retreat. We got intercepted. Battle Xenos. Dysentery. Only health minus 0.5. But dysentery has taken away so many of my promising young candidates. Seek treatment. Oh, they're actually trying to unsiege the fort over there. Take him out first. If they're gonna sit in place and be one easy target. Okay, get those vegetables. It's so nice how everyone internally is willing to trade with me again. That period of time when practically every province was on... They were either on low loyalty or slowly rebuilding, or low loyalty and dropping. Couldn't get internal trades out of anybody. Move slave costs cheaper. Okay, so how do we do this? What's the cheat? What's the skinny? Move. Do we have any Hellenic Sikeliotes? One Hellenic Sikeliot from Kaflur. Or have I gotta hop everyone over and over to get them close enough? Wrapped up work and getting back to fam. Enjoy it, Adaptable Beater. Thank you for hanging out. You enjoy that well-earned family time. They're all so foreign up here. Ah well. Would have been fun to paint it. Using the cheaty way the internet alludes to. But the boats are almost there. Fleet size matters, doesn't it? Because the smaller 7 fleet Nauticon was late to depart. But they're getting there way ahead of the 302. Plus they've also got bigger boats. Naval move speed of 7. Yeah, they're not dragged down. Liburnians have a naval move speed of 13. Mega Polyremes drag it down to 7. Mauryan Civil War finally ends. I didn't think that was ever going to happen. I think I see why then. There was a little bit of Mauryan revolt over here that I thought was going to prolong the war because Moria was never going to reach it. They don't have the boats, and Dravida wasn't going to give them the access. It looks like Dravida gobbled it up, that last final bit. And then they caught the revolt bug and split apart themselves. They're a major power. They're a major power, so I could turn around and do Imperial Challenge on Dravidian Revolt and just take a bit of this away from them. Complete Maru. We could complete Maru. I don't really intend to take over more of India, but we could just take this little... Oh man. We could. It'd be even safer too, because Dravida is in the east, the south, and the revolt's right here. It's 7:20. It's 7:20. I've literally only got 7 years left. 7 years. I can't. No, I shouldn't. I want to, but I shouldn't. I can't. I can. I shouldn't, but I should. I shouldn't, but I should. Do they have any mercenaries around here? There's mercenaries 16,000, 19,000. I've already got mercenaries. Xanda's mercenaries, get out of here. You're only 9k. Who else am I hiring? Alexandriids. They're probably in movement right now. Levy. Levy of Punt. I clear through here. I clear through here. And then we'll drop these mercenaries. Pick up a couple up the Indus. And use them to steal this from Dravidian Revolt. But I gotta get to it before Dravidia does. Dravidia split up. They're not gonna take all this back away from me. If anything, that's the core. That's the core of the Dravidian Revolt. So this area is safer for them, and thus safer for me to conquer. Who's this? Xanthipede, you guys are gutted. Your morale is low. You've done your part. Let's get the 19,000 stack. Moving on down to the border. I'd be very surprised if these guys weren't also hiring mercenaries of their own. So we could poach some of theirs too. $13K coming in. My little baby boy's 14 years old right now. He's got no zeal. Absolutely no zeal at all. He's intelligent, generous, but not zealous at all. Tutor. It'd be nice if I could have squeezed out somebody with 10 zeal before the game ends, so we could do the Divinity Statute Law and form the Imperial Cult. But what can you do? Lustful, cautious, content. None of which is a negative trait for education. Eudamidas. You've already got 4 martial, what should we give you? Bureaucracy, give you more finesse. And how about your Aratos is 11 years old. So it's gonna be a while till maybe next year we'll start tutoring him. They keep sending all these troops our way, and it keeps saying, danger, danger, it's gonna kill ya. And we keep killing them instead. Oh, 13,000 might do it. They've actually got a decent amount of morale on them. Mercenaries. Audaxes mercenaries. We can't call in Audaxes. Not until... not more than once a year. Alexandries we could drop. We got the rest of our guys to confidently take everything else over. If we drop Alexandries, we'll simply kick their ass with a 31,000 stack. And because we have one last mercenary hired, supplemental 16,000? It's a bit wide here, so there's a risk that the Dravidian Revolt might turn around and start scooping stuff up from under me. So let's put... how many boats have they got? They got 52 boats! And these boats are so slow. My poor guys are down to 90,000 in there because they're starving. Attrition 1% at sea. They have a risk of bringing boats over to us, but they don't have many other coastal areas to bring lots and lots of guys against us. They're going to be busy with Dravidia. So I think it's fine. I think it'll be safe. Three mercs to do the fighting for me. Given how chaotic all this army chasing is going on up here. Let's just assault this fort. So I can dedicate this 28,000 to come on up. And do the same here. Order the assault. So I didn't realize, since I'm too used to Crusader Kings, but the number I'm looking for whether I want to assault or not, or what's actually dropping, isn't just the morale here, but if I'm assaulting, it's the garrison. It's until the garrison is depleted. Like that. Anybody else still warring against us? These guys? We could get more of the Atlantic coast. Or I could just cut things off where they are. Take this scoop, that and that. We do still have a few more years left. Plenty of time to fabricate Casus Belli, then finish them off. Or, since I have freed up this, send you over, send you over. These guys are joining the big stack hunters. And we're already taken down lots of their provinces. If we keep doing full party wipes like that, they'll have no lands to raise more levies from, because they can't raise from here anymore, they can't raise from that anymore, for instance. If they got nothing, they got nothing. And back to over here, how are boats doing? 86,000! Our poor babies! Our poor babies are dying here. I don't know if I'll be able to maintain this, actually. I'll have to drop my guys off first. And start putting them places where they could replenish their stock first. This should be like 160,000 troops. That's the second levy of Italia. We'll put levy of Italia in the same place. Then Magna Greca. We'll put in Babylon. And Arabia Felix is pretty small. We'll put you up here to wait. 0 attrition for one their size. 49,000 men to reach, or to replenish. 1,000 only to reach us this month. Lost vegetables, give it back. And focus back on here while those replenish. Given how many people are in this defensive league, and the crisscrossy nature of it, it'll probably be super expensive to try to claim everything as is, or to claim all of it. So I'll probably have to leave some aside anyway. Where are they going? They going for Gela? Or are they going for further in? Oh, they had one guy all the way out there. Where'd you come from? They marched they marched. They didn't just march all the way out there. They were sitting on that fort this entire time from the start. Had no idea. Crisis in Parthia. Great deal of political disturbance in the country in Parthia. We're hoping to go after Parthia. Nation of Parth is of interest to us. It might be that we could exert certain influence over the more rowdy pretenders. Can now be supported with new character interactions. A legate. That's pretty dangerous. Intervene in crisis. Gains 10 loyal veterans. Becomes friends. 10 times. Gain loyal cohort of an appropriate unit type. Inspire disloyalty. He's at 32 loyalty. He owns a legion. He's in charge of a legion. He's a legate. I think that inspiring disloyalty is the simplest thing you can do here. Small stacks around, but still holding on to what I care about. Plus 14 already. Destroy them! All they got's what? Wooden walls? See if I can't take these final 2 forts as easily. If I can, and make quick work of them. How much can I take so far with 94% war score? If I would say everything. Toss everything in the bag. That brings it up to 83, 86. These guys are also... Oh, I didn't even realize. I didn't realize... Oh, no, that's right, it did. It did. I do remember now. It goes down the mountain. I simply forgot about them. So, even if I snag this, that, and that, I won't be able to take the whole thing in one war. Have to accept that. So, I'll at least try to boost out this chunk. Order the assault. Start running already. Look at even the art changes. The art down there was changing because of the progression of the siege, so things are on fire. It goes from just that, the stone, the wood wall, press order the assault. Now there's people climbing over the walls. It's pretty cute. On this one, started early, people climbing over the walls, and the walls are on fire. Deny friend request. Keep that assault going, more guys up the walls. I think that we probably lost enough of our guys that we cannot maintain an assault. Let's send more guys over then. Free innovation, free innovation. I can finally get +2 diplomatic reputation, +1 diplomatic reputation, +3 on the horizon, except thanks to my guy, my Magus Specelius, building up sarcasm later in life. -3 for being too sarcastic. I merely returned to the base level of 10. There, 99. How are we looking now? Gimme, gimme, gimme. Minus. Come on. You guys have been vanquished. If you've been vanquished, how could you say, excuse me, legally, that's too much land? I want your coast. And I want some idea of geographical continuity. 102, 100, 113. There, 100 exactly. Gotta wait for it. It's really gotta think, adding all these in. And now I'm only down to 91 aggressive expansion. -19 stability. Okay, what do we have here? Because we don't need these guys up anymore. But I don't want to drop all my armies, because that'll drop the guys I have ready to take on Parthia and the Dravinian Revolt. So, Illyria, Transalpine Gaul, Pannonia, Cisalpine Gaul, and Thrace. Cisalpine Gaul. Get rid of you. Asia, Macedonia, Illyria is over here. Asia, Macedonia. Really should have had you guys further on east, but oh well. I didn't think I was going to take on Parthia for real. Transalpine, Pannonia, Thrace. Cool. Let's get rid of all these unnecessary forts now. So many forts clustered up in here. They dislike me. You're not Corruptor, are you? No. So we might end up with It's only minus 0.1 each month, so we're not going to end with any revolts. We actually have some disloyal provinces again. It's been so long. I just conquered you. How are you going to say we're a disloyal province when I just conquered you? Never mind that this tiny bit probably existed in us already. There's new lands, new peoples. Go make friends with each other. There. It's not a bad-looking Spain. It looks like the hand of our Sikeliotes is reaching out across the Mediterranean, across the continent, and slowly wrapping their loving grip around those remaining independent barbarians. They'll be in our loving embrace soon enough. Country is too destabilized, just too disorganized to declare war. Okay. Lucky for us, we got a whole mess of holy sites right here to desecrate. I can't afford more. That's okay. Don't need mercenaries, just raise this guy. 5,000. Desecrate holy sites. Berobreo, gone forever. Hope no one's gonna miss him. So we don't have Casaspelli on you. And if we go to war with you, that's also war against 1, 2, 3. That's not too bad. We can do that in quick, easy war. So let's get Casaspelli on you first. Fabricate that claim. August of 721. Technically, it's going to be 22 soon, so it's going to be 5 years. 5 years! I don't know if I can do 2 wars in 5 years of this type. My poor babies are up to 130,000, but they're supposed to be so much more than that. I gotta move them into place first. These guys are dying. Literally dying, waiting for this to start. Okay. I'm gonna be big foolish. While we wait for those troops to come up. 5 years only. We're gonna start Dravidian revolts. War without Casaspelli. Maria's gonna get dragged. Oh. If I do an Imperial challenge there, and Maria joins in, we got too much of a border with Maria. I can't do it. They're gonna gobble in from the northeast. They've earned their independence for now. We'll turn these armies... Dragaiania is at war with Parthia. In that case, it'll start with a war for Dragaiania. Brihatra's mercenaries, they don't need any more than... I'm okay with this. I don't mind letting this be. That would have just been an extra cherry. I got plenty of cherries in this pie already. A group of soldiers belonging to the army commanded by Upaka Vata has all stationed on a peaceful deployment, absconded in order to pillage the nearby city of Farsaga. What is more concerning is that Ubaka is refusing to punish his legions. Decimate them? Lose 10 loyalty of my mercenaries? I could afford to anger him. Decimation. They're pretty much always at maximum loyalty anyways, being mercenaries. Unless you're too broke to afford them. I just pay them off, I got lots of money. However, turning them into a tribal vassal. We can't integrate them until an event pops up saying that your tribal vassal loves you so much they want to become a client state, and then 10 years later could integrate them. Would it be fitting if we were to say that the Arabic population here is our loyal vassal? Instead, just pay him off. Can't be bothered right now. 2,500, get out of here. Go bother South Nubia. Bother Arabia Maritime. $3,000 only to replenish. So we made fast time. Governor of Punt needs replacing. D-Dids. Another Agathoclid, 16 years of age. No corruption, good loyalty, we'll give you the job. And D-Did, let's see what we got for you elsewhere. 6 versus, what is this? Finesse? 6 finesse versus 11? No. Another Agathoclid, 6 charisma versus 11? No. We'll build up a governorship for them soon enough. They just have to stay loyal until then. Maponos, gone forever. The Forum, Limikorum. Home of Berisama. And how is our metropolis to be going here? 77! 62 with the capacity of 77. We could increase local building slot +1, which we could turn into more aqueducts. For more population capacity +24. That's better than population capacity +2.5. Let's do it. More building slots. I want to turn the furthest city Pops conquered into the next metropolis. It might have to be towards the end of the game, though. We'll probably get started on making it a metropolis by the end. Let's bring these boats. You know? Let's drop the Mega Polyream. It's too slow. I don't need all that damage. Create new unit. Mega Polythream, get out of here. You could be the next party boat. You'll sit you on the mouth of the Indus. Omen. Very likely our last omen for the game. 721. 6 years to go, so we're gonna be the last 5 years We'll do our extra discipline. It'll expire in December of 726. And the game continues until 727, pretty sure. Yeah, 727 February. So the final omen for the game will be more food for everybody, will be a good Mega Specilius. Persian Empire getting eaten by the Parthians. I also don't see any forts in here. There's one fort. Let's start war for Drangiania. It looks like Persia's already up in here though. But that's fine. When these guys come up, we'll throw them in with. Which way to send them? We'll set an extra 2,000 up here to secure that border. It's coming in pretty soon. Hierophant. Another Deeded. Deeded losing too many guys now. Zenid, 7 years old, but he's got sucky statesmanship. So I don't just want good zeal, I want good zeal and enough time to get better at their job. So Zenids could continue being Hierophants. Deeded. Who wants to be the admiral of the first Nauticon? 0 corruption. This guy deserves a governorship. 13 corruption. Yeah, I get the boat. I don't care about you. '87th Olympiad. Officially the final Olympic Games. Let it be known the games will be held. For Persia, Persian Revolt, or Bactria to participate in. They're the only other Hellenic realms left in existence. They got 9,000 there. Okay. Time to roll. We got all our guys in here. We'll do one final Imperial challenge. Parthia is currently fighting 4 others though. They're fighting the Persian Revolt. We have no allies and no military access. Fighting Drangiana, we could see him down there from that revolt. Nikaya Indike. Oh, because they're in a defensive league. So also fighting them. 1. So basically it's just 1, 2, and 3. But technically them 2 because they're in it. And now they'll be fighting against us. Imperial challenge, and I promise Parthia, I don't want to take all of you out. Our final big major war in the last few years of the game. Diplomatic reputation +3. We might have an obscene amount of aggressive expansion, but everyone's going to agree we make damn good diplomats. Speaking of, why don't I switch over from bellicose stance to mercantile stance? I feel like mercantile stance, if you're not trying to manage aggressive expansion, is possibly the best one there is. Better commerce income. If someone else is mercantile, they get plus 30. Otherwise, others in diplomatic range get a plus 20. But the nature of these expansions means we've had to be in bellicose for so long. Mercantile stance just to end the game on. Get a bit more of that sweet income in. Desecrate a holy site. Bellissima is no longer Bellissimo. They just keep giving me more and more druidic holy sites. It's like they want me to destroy them all. Or I can't destroy that one. Destroy this one too. Who we got here? Who we getting rid of? Logos. No one shall remember Logos. And the rest are all outside our realm. Pinched in. We got some more over here. Iberic Holy Site. Iberic Holy Site. A nice chain all the way down. Get more stability in. Karyokekos. Gone forever. Okay. These 5,000 here, who are now starving. We'll just spread them out a little bit. Just to keep the Parthians from coming up over the northern Caspian. And now, let's start spreading forward. Want to keep wall over here, just like when fighting against Persia. I don't want too much of Parthia. I just want these two bits to get access to the corridor here, and then up along the coast, that's all. I'm perfectly fine with him having the rest of his realm. He's got his capital all the way up there in Syracuse. So, fighting. Country of Parthia. For a little bit of the governance of Parthia, we're not going to take the province of Parthia. Parthia gets to keep Parthia in Parthia for Parthia. But I'll have to take a little bit of Parthia, and maybe a little bit of Parthia. No point getting this bit of plain below the mountain, and not a bit of the river below the mountain. It's geographical continuity, it's fine, it's fine. These guys need to come up real quick. We're still waiting on 35 -% here, so that 9 isn't going anywhere. Let's start pouring over the mountain. There are closer mercenaries than these groups, but oh well. Oh, they're running away. Barbarians. I have 13 diplomatic reputation now. Maybe they'll agree to settle. Just have to wait for them to occupy something first. Okay. So those two I wanted. 57 we'll keep there. And just to make sure, nobody coming up from the north. Trap a pop position, never really cared about it. 3,000? So all I really want, my coast and more of Ariana, which leaves a very jagged border here that's impassable terrain, so I can't touch that. But maybe we'll take it a bit more further. Persian Empire, we got a truce, right? Yeah, we got a truce until when? 720. Oh, this year. I don't need to render Persia extinct, but since we're in the neighborhood, we could take more of Afghanistan too. No, go back over there, 1,000. Who else we got? 1,000, 13,000. Bata's mercenaries, you go up. Oh, well, he said one, not the other. This is undefended though, that is worrisome. Stadium deserted. The final Olympic Games of the game, I think. It's what, every 4 years? So maybe one more. Nobody wants to come to the Olympics. 3 Olympiads in a row. We're whimpering, perhaps next one will be better. Parthia, where's that deeded with no corruption? Gonna be a bit risky pushing him forward, but if we close this off and then squeeze in here, we could rejoin up. Yeah, what we want, get out of here. And north is still clear. We'll find out if one of these armies gives us the "oh my goodness, you lost" alert. And that's too many guys coming that way. 21,000. We're not gonna get there in time. I know he's coming down this way, but he might stop over here too. It's fine, there's gonna be more fights. Are they hiring any mercenaries against us? I bet you they are. None. They know my games. No hostile mercenaries for me to hire away. $16,000. Okay, let's keep everyone together here. They got all their armies coming in this way now. They try to catch him. He's going through the desert at least. I still got a long way to go. I got no ways of catching up to him. And I'm at the max for my mercenaries allotment. No, I can recruit more. Who's nearby? Who's nearby? There's nobody else nearby to here. Not immediately. There's you, 11,000, against what? 21? Let's get 16 here. And they'll hopefully build more morale by the time they get there. See, I figure they might have more resistance around here, so bring one heavy stack here, one heavy stack there. But I knew this door was open. They're being smart coming down this way, that's why attacking Persia the first time I tried so hard to control these two corridors especially. They're probably going to rush on over there to join up. They're only one group. They're only one group. They haven't split up. We'll chase them down. Take back everything they touch. So I just want to hear. That's all I want. I'm gonna leave this group over here to be a plug on this hole. Just want this along the coast. Little bit below the mountain, because I think being below the mountain's fine. Just went up to the mountain after all. I'm tempted on taking this. Otherwise, they could just come on over us. This way I control the water flow downwards. Yeah? Water flow and army flow. It'll be our border fortress. Let me click the guy in the middle, the one not moving. Then all these guys here will stay there to defend the acquisitions here. 79k is plenty. It's coming over. They got it coming over. Just gotta siege this down to take all this. And then 36,000 mercenaries could help against these guys coming over. Build up more of a wall over here. They're almost at my door! Persian Revolt. Is that a fort you got there? They got one fort. We'll mop up here, then send one guy over to take it. Sacking of Sikh. Nah, let them roam. Or let them not roam so violently, I mean. It's gonna go over. We're not gonna make it in time. Just gotta kick him out, take it back. Kick him out, take it back. Bactria, we can now use a governor. Now, Persia. I'm surprised that this isn't considered fully won now. Because they have their fort and their capital. What else do they have here? That's the only province. So how are they not yet won? We have a truce for now until December 13. Wait a couple of months there. He's still moving. Oh, that is bizarre. I would have thought he was going to stop over there. He's going to make it easier for me this way. They're being extra nice. Capital punishment. Offered executions of several junior officers. The guy... No, this is a different place. I thought that was a Dinocratit I just now put as governor. It's like, damn, we just made him governor and he's already executing dudes. Governor of Albania. I don't think I'm using any Albanian troops here. So, go ahead. It's his troops, he is fit to govern. That's why I put him in place. Now, Persian revolts. Allied to Bactria. Bactria is right over there. If I'm going against a Persian revolt, all I need to do is sit in this fort and take it, and it's done. I don't want to take all of Bactria. But Afghanistan does have some pretty parts. November, almost time for these guys. I want to siege it. They got 800 garrison. We're gonna wait. And war is about to happen. They can't run away. They had their chance. So Ariana, if I don't want more of Parthia, then we gotta go down to there. Okay. This will give us some war score for fight. Biggest. Full annihilation. 910 soldiers out of 73,500 died to completely obliterate 20,800 troops. We showed absolute... Oh no. Parthia is a paper tiger. It was our 14 commander on top of 73,000 guys against 20,000 led by a potato-faced guy with barely any martial ability. I was basically beating up a baby with a semi. Oh, hello. 25,000 against 9,000, we're winning somehow here. 3,000 out of 12,000 killed to destroy 7,000 of 32,000 is what they started at. 32,000. December 26. Persia. No more truce. And we'll go ahead and get your little dog too. Just to get some geographical continuity between the 2 points of empire. It's being occupied by Parthia. And there's another Parthian army over there. They got 2 forts, that's why the war's not won yet. "33 years old, 34 statesmanship, and 11 martial." Very nice. Except I keep clicking the portrait, and not the guy. And clicking the portrait only opens up the character page. 2 weeks of playing this, and you would think I'd learn by now. That siege finally won, so we'll send these groups forward now. Spread them through. Two colonizable lands. Let's try it out here. Do I have enough close by Sikeliotes? We got loads of Sikeliotes here. So how does the system work for moving pops over? So I could colonize all the rest of this in one day. Hellenic Sikeliotes. Yeah, there we go. And then I can colonize again. And then that gives me 2 citizens, 3 tribesmen, a slave. And I choose to move the Hellenic Sikeliotes again. And I get to colonize the next one. And then I move over more pops. And then I get to colonize again. And then I move some more pops. And then I get to colonize again. And that way I can colonize an entire area in one day. We're all Sikeliotes down here too. Okay, how's my stability hunt going? Desecrate Holy Site. Enduelicus, gone forever. That's not ours, it's beyond the mountain. Derketius, gone forever. This fort, gone forever. They don't need it either. Okay, who's got more mercenaries? No one is hiring mercenaries against me. There are no hostile mercenaries. What the fuck? How is a man to declare war on his enemies if I can't poach their mercenaries? Archide's mercenaries. We don't need you. This group is mighty as it is now. You may go home. And then the 2 I have here, we could get rid of once the rest of the group here joins up. We could probably opt to get rid of them now, but better safe than sorry. And that's just levies, levies, levies. Isn't it funny? My little Palau flag colors guys are all wearing tunics and spears because they're all levies, while everybody else... We can't see with them there, but like... The mercenaries, for example, they got proper armor on them. Everybody else using actual legions. Oh, there's... The Persian Revolt is using levies. They haven't existed long enough to get uniforms yet. There, see? Proper uniforms. That's also looking a bit levy-ish. They don't have the thing on the side showing Legion, they just got a different costume. Go ahead, eliminate those armies. You know, it's not the end of the world if they do take this over. Parthia. That just means that I'll take it over myself one bit at a time from them. Who do we have there? A Bactria. See, that's what I mean, right? They got actual Legion there. And they got real armor, sword and shield. I just have guys in tunics and spears to represent my stuff. Got mercenaries here, that doesn't count. Mercenaries is mercenaries. Tunics and spears to represent my guys, because it's all levies. Wait a minute, almost forgot. 78. Build one more aqueduct. We gotta make this a metropolis, I really want to. Squeezing more out this way. They might as well join up here. 10,000! They got 10,000 rushing out. 10,000 to stand over there and start flipping stuff over. Chase him. I can't chase him because the fort's in the way. Oh no, that's no good. They're gonna try to take this place over now. I can't have that. I cannot allow that. Enslavement efficiency, fort defense plus 10%. Fort level, garrison. The art shows there's a bit of rubble and some fire. Maybe it's safe to order the assault now. Assault taken. Alright, we gotta catch up with these guys. Gotta catch up with them before they start undoing my progress here. And so far, our northern front is safe. The little bit we wanted just for a bit of Caspian Sea coast is safe. In fact, why don't I go ahead and put a border crossing here? One little fort. Should have also put a border fort here before the war started. Three stability. If I say honey, please stop. 3 stability. 78 stability in the last years of the game. $14. Fort defense plus 45%. They don't have as much rubble in the yard, there's not as much fire. We'll just have them sit there and starve them out. Governor of Numidia. When are you guys gonna lock in already? There you go, locked in. Still getting what I want. Just a little bit more out of Parthia. And how is our claim fabrication going? Sieges, just little characters. Olcadia is up to 91%. So let's get people over for the Olcadia offensive to take this and their trio of friends over there. The Duile. You get a V, the definite article. Who are you? The Duile. Iberian deities, Celtic mythology, etc. Duile were the goddesses of fertility and vegetation. I've just destroyed fertility and vegetation for Iberia, a pair of Mother's Nature. Well, and that is why things were so grim by the time of Pan's Labyrinth. Okay, we are ready for these guys. One. Way back there too. Little Bardulian Revolt. Carulia. Corancia. And Dukitia. Okay. He stopped. He wasn't going to chase us down. He was just going to take down the other guy. Fine by me. That just all makes it easier. And now they're pinched in. Because I don't want to take all of Parthia on. I simply want a little bit more of Ariana. Decided fine, we'll take more of Afghanistan. Some coast. Though I guess if we take Calliope, it could fill in the desert here. Literally filling in the color. Like Hordian was teasing about. He's running away. Don't tell me that Maria has given him military access. Granting military access to Parthia. Maria, you bitch! Okay, what mercs have we got here? Hayahas. Hayaha and Pradyotas. We've already got guys coming up here. They got no way to escape. So let me get some mercenaries around here to help out. Anybody else? Anybody else? There's nobody else? 14,000? 9,000 zit? Wait a day so I could use them, bring them on over. And now is anybody using hostile mercenaries against me? No. Still no. They're being too smart. More military tradition, but I've already got all the ones I actually care for right now. Desert combat bonus, camel discipline. I can't see us getting much further than here anyway. Light infantry offensive. Fort defense. Let's get that extra light infantry offense. Really send them through the moon. Okay, let's go siege here first. These guys are hostile to me, right? They are. They got a lot of dudes there. That's complete, so go here. End our war against the Persian revolts. Why only add 6 Persian revolts? All we need is that. We just want the thing we're declaring war for. The one not moving, please. Give me the one not moving. The one not moving. Thank you. Cast a spell Legaten, just need everyone else to get in position. A tense final few years. We do got Parthians coming in. We're about to kill my guys. My mercenaries I just hired. And I can't drop them as long as there's hostiles close. That's actually Parthian. That's no good. But it says we stand a chance of winning, even with low morale. That's such baseline morale and says, yeah, sure, maybe. They have higher morale. 14 command on our side versus 5 martial. Stronger army, better quality, terrain to our benefit. Maybe it's going to work. Maybe they're not actually going to kick these guys' ass and roll on through. We are defeated. Naturally. But there's little places that they could actually take from us. Because everything else is being occupied by everybody else. So we'll sit and wait for these guys' morale. Level 3 forts. Oh man. At least we'll have a way to keep him out here. Are you sure no one's hiring mercenaries against me? Nobody's hiring mercenaries against me. They're all too smart. Well, for Parthia, all I need is 1, 2, 3. So, if we take this, that, and that away, we could end the war now. Except not really, because it's only war score 9. They're gonna take that away from me. How far is that guy going? He's so worthless right now. "13 Marshal doesn't mean so much. I got no more levies I can bring up. This guy has not aged. He's 54 years old, he looks exactly the same. This guy's got no last name. Menipos? I forgot, and speaking of my kids. 15 years old. Let's tutor him. Let's give him a martial education. His older brother, 4530. They got 1,396 people hiding in there. That is intense. Level 3 Fort 2. Goodbye, territory of mine. But war against the Persian revolt's finally done, so Bactria can get out of my lands. Level 2 fort. They got a lot more fire and cracks on this one. I don't know if we could take it. Slowly building more morale. We'll just follow after him. Mercenaries. But they don't have mercenaries hired. Going to simply wait. There's 2 annoying guys there, but they're only small stacks. We finished up stuff over here, we can keep chasing them around. Rival at court. See a governor as a rival in Gandhara? Nah. We'll just take the popularity hit. Just keep away until the morale gets back up. That's the most important thing to worry about right now. We'll put them in one big group. It's annoying, but they're all up here at least. There's not too much that they could take. They took my mountains away. Those mountains were painted my colors. 724. Last 3 years, folks. Let's do this. If we weren't sarcastic, we'd be able to have them settle in to be ours. There's more guys. Where'd you sneak in from? Like, no kidding, where'd they sneak in from? They came out and then are going back home without doing anything against us. They're just standing in place. Lost an import route, did we? What do we not have? Still no amber. Nobody wants to give us amber. Vegetables, incense we're lacking in. Getting more greens in our disloyal provinces again. %. Let's go ahead and just siege this. Or assault this, I mean. Siege the siege. Garrison of 1,000, got a plus 20% to the fort defense. We got 38,000 dudes. Siege 1. If we take these two parts, it filled in more of the desert for us, which is aesthetically nice. But it'll give us 2 extra bits of Governanta Parthia without any actual support countryside around them. Oh well, for the aesthetic. Okay, morale's good, and we got more guys here. Morale is excellent. So let's take them on. We'll kick their ass and retake what's ours. Mercenaries? See, this I'd like to see. Show me more mercenaries to bribe away. Their loss, their loss. Well, there are troops that are 10%. Where's some more Iberian holy sites? There's more over here. As the peninsula slowly becomes more Hellenic, more Sikeliotes. Okay, so war against the Persian Empire. We're finally going to euthanize a final Diadochi. I didn't mind them existing as a rump state out here, but then we only have 2 years and a quarter left to go. So we might as well make our little empire here extra pretty. Sue for peace. Persian Empire is now extinct. Nikaya Indike is now ours. All this mountain is still untamed land, the various tribes and peoples here, relying on their excellent mountains and valleys to maintain a little bit of independence from these warlords all around them. Available decision. Is this gonna be... It's not gonna be regain the Persian Empire. It's gonna be Alexander's stuff, isn't it? His armors or whatever. I'm sure Persia had the last bit. Panoply of Alexander the Great. Helmet of Alexander, arms of Alexander, armor of Alexander. To create the panoply. Okay. In his absence, Alexander's arms and armor were present at the Council of Babylon, and many continue to attribute great things to the objects that were close to this man. Should we be able to reassemble Alexander's panoply, we will be seen as credible custodians of his legacy. We need that aqueduct to finish. Okay. We're doing pretty good here now. I don't know if these are colonizable. I don't think they are. They got enough people here that if this was colonizable, it would have been already. So the answer is no. $7.24. It's almost next year now. Okay. We have until 27th. Let's get enough people in here to make the metropolis. I just need to move 19 more people. Just 19 more people. There. 80 out of 84. But it has to be the capital. And I can't make it the capital until we're at peace. $3,000. I thought I sent 30,000. I did not. I sent the smallest stack possible there. Oh, whoop. You guys got any more of those mercenaries? No. Well, I got more mercenaries here to sort things out. Order the assault. Order the assault. We're gonna have so much salt around here. Defeated. But then Siege won. This is at his mercenaries, don't care what he's doing. Mercenaries can handle their own guys. Literally what they're paid to do. All the way out here. Okay, there's a couple more to go. Couple more to go. And nobody attacked from the north is a good thing. That's excellent. Our little shield wall here scared them away. And that's not done yet. Completely forgot about the first siege, the most important part of it. Let's go ahead and order salt here too. But should make everything there completely done. Another position to fill. Aggressive expansion change. Who's upset? Zenids? For once in my life, there is an excessive amount of Agathoclids. Where were they all hiding the rest of the game? We've gotten all of our stuff back here. February 1st. February 1st of 7/25. The game ends February 18th, 7/27. We have literally 2 years and a couple of weeks. What? Okay, blue. No, not. I'm in the suing for peace screen. Why would I click on a soldier? Why no? 79. We got 92. 38 to 53. What if we wait the couple of days for this to tick in? There. 99. Now would it be a yes? Now it's a yes. It's the only difference. Them and all their allies. ours now. Your great works. Pathetic. Cancel the construction. And I think I'll bring my war with Parthia to a close. We got the Caspian coast we wanted. We got a decent border area here against them. And we've even reclaimed a bit of land that their sneaky armies in the back took away from us. So I'm going to call that a job well done. Could I force them to release anything? Release a nation. I don't care about that. Like I said, I have no beef with Parthia. Let them remain as my rival to the east. I got everything I wanted out of them. Stop everyone from moving. Everyone's in place. Everyone's in place. Except for those guys. I didn't need this. That would have just been if I wanted a bit extra to paint the desert. And I don't really care to paint the desert, really. We could have this be contested desert. It's literally empty land. It's not worth fighting over. So levies, everybody go home. Mercenaries, I am no longer in need of anyone. But more importantly, there's a very special reason why I want to bring this war to a close right there and then. We have 2 years and 11 days left to go. We're at peace, and Taxila now has 80 population. Let's make it the capital of the province of Glauce. And then grant it metropolis status. Pay 400 gold and 100 political influence. Entirely because that's Pops' shrine, and we're gonna make it where before the game closes, he spent so much of his life, of the end of his life, pushing through Persia, pushing up the Indus, the furthest extent of our conquests. Okay, not Pops. Grandpa! Peepaw! Peepaw's shrine. Before the game closes, we have to make Peepaw's shrine a proper metropolis. And we get one more religious advance before the end of the game. Okay. So, what should our final religious advance be? Monthly corruption down. Diplomatic range up. Honored leader, great wonder effect. How long does it take to build a great wonder? Loyalty of characters +2. Why not? We haven't built a great wonder yet. Should we build something in the heart of Sicily? The column of Syracuse. We don't have any effects on it yet. Import roots +1, civilization level. I could have added effects to all these great wonders that already existed. The heck? Honored citizens. Honored slaves is only the output. Honored freemen. And then honored nobles. To think I could have put this stuff in here the entire time. And then honored nobles. We'll honor all the important people. The nobles, the citizens, the freemen. Oh, no, this is offering to build. Okay. The edifice of Syracuse, the column of Syracuse, the lantern of Syracuse, the tower of Syracuse. An ivory, top of the tower. What other options have we? We got templates, tier pyramid. I think I'll build a tower, yeah. Stoa? I guess I'll go with Stoa. A little courtyardy thing there. Ivory all the way through, maybe? A gold tower topped with ivory? Or an ivy tower topped with gold. There's tiers there. The better material I put, the type of building, the shape doesn't matter, but the material does, it looks like. How do I get it to tier 4? Because gold, gold, gold only gets it to almost 3. $4,674 days. We can't build it though we don't have the political influence. So we don't get to finish the era with starting a great work. That'll have to be beyond the scope of the game. Okay, drop the next guy to spend more levies. And yeah, now we get to bask in how well we've done here. This is a pretty damn good first full campaign of Imperator Rome. Excuse me. I like it, and I even like the shape of my empire. Governor of Taraka, the work never ends though. We gotta start turning these into hereditary offices. Any uncorrupt agathoclids? 0 corruption. 1 corruption. I think if we tried really hard, we might be able to daisy chain some Sikeliote slaves on up over here. Let's try to do it. Let me see if I could actually get a bunch of Sikeliotes into nearby enough areas to pull them all to colonize up here. It'd be ridiculous, but if it's doable, I want to do it. Scythians, it gotta be of my people, right? Hellenic Sikeliotes. Sibylline Sikeliotes. Hellenic Sikeliotes. If this is organized better. $14 extra guys. I don't have to take this on. Razion? Was Razion up here? Dominant culture, not integrated culture. So there's too many Scythians here. Would have to move Scythians away first. So from Rizion, where they're mostly Scythians. Move the Scythians over. And now it's mostly Armenian. I don't have... I got a few Sikeliotes around, but barely. So, if we put more investment into these areas to convert people to Sikeliotes and to increase the migration attraction, then we could use that surplus of Sikeliotes to push people up along the border and then colonize, colonize, colonize. But right now it'd be such a burden too. Could do it. I don't feel like doing it. Stability of 64. Any more holy sites to raise over here? Tuletum is now in our realm. As is you. Raise a holy site. Belenus, gone forever. What if we got more barbarians? Little bunny deception. Effectiveness of 100%. Aeacus, gone forever. September 7/25, it's coming up. Semnocosus, forgotten. And a further 3 stability. 95, and so it drops by 1.08 every single month. Sacrificing these ancient shrines for nothing. Oh, you're a mercenary. Get rid of you then. I've got enough mercs. And where are those barbarians? All the way out here. Are you sure you don't want to settle down with us? 19 of 20. If he didn't pick up sarcasm in his middle age, we wouldn't have the -3, and they would have happily thrown down to be a tribal population. Instead, I gotta kill him. Don't say sarcasm never hurt anybody. And they ran away. They knew it was coming. Friend request. Maria! Would you look at that? Now that we've proven that the Hellens aren't going anywhere, Sakeliotes are here to stay in India. Now they want to be friends. I'm still not going to help them if Parthia or Bactria or Yuze attacks. But sure, I'll be friends. It's the first time an actual foreign major power wanted to be friends, and not just a random tribe on the butt end of Rome. Splendid! I'm so disappointed in Rome, though. I gave Rome an opportunity when I pushed them over the Alps. That was a chance for them to spread and to roam throughout Central Europe. I left all this for them, intending for them to eat it up. They killed the Rhaeton governor just to spite me. It's like, the fuck is this present? The fuck you mean opportunity? One corruption. We'll do better. Ending with a few slightly less than loyal provinces, but with the exception of Bigeronia, they've all got increases in the green, so they're all going to do better each month. Wages. The wars that are worth fighting have been fought and have been won. We'll put our pay down, get our people happier. Fleets can go home, forts can go fallow. Wages from 341 each month to 182 because you got simply so many governors. I haven't been keeping as close an eye on them now that we've gotten a handle on our provincial loyalty, but I'm sure that some of them have gotten corrupt by now. Yeah, 4.8, 4.96, 14! I'm amazed they haven't all gone revolting in Aquitania. 49 in Cisalpine Gaul. And yet people don't hate me. Now that I've actually put some infrastructure investments into places. 49.1 is only giving a government corruption penalty of -0.12. Earlier on in the mid-game especially, every little bit of provincial loyalty counted. So, a disloyal governor was not There they are. There they are, the final Olympics. The 188th Olympics. The Hellenic world now is me and Bactria, and that's it. We're the only Hellenic people in existence as independent parties. Everyone else belongs to me, and because I own Olympia, it would be unfair for me to send anyone from our vast empire to the Olympics. We have to wait for Bactria to get here. Let it be known that for the 5th time, the games would be held, and no one is going to come. final Olympics, how bad is it going to be? The weeks are swinging by in complete silence. Is it going to be good news or bad news for us? Maybe the lack of news is good news. Bactria actually showed up. They're actually performing. We're watching them play. And that's why it's not cancelled early, right? Incendiary slaves. He could afford the loyalty drop, the popularity drop. Sahaka. He's got good finesse. Take him on. Stadium deserted again! Hardly anyone turned up to the Olympic Games. It had to be cancelled. Let me perform. Or maybe all of our governors, or many, many governors, are representing Hellenic peoples of various cultures, mostly Sikelio, but lots of people are going Hellenic in this day and age. It's the coolest thing to do. We got so many eager Hellenic peoples, Greek and barbarian alike, who want to play. Let them play. I got so much money. Just get out of here. We know you're not going to accept any offer to settle down because you're too sarcastic, even with 13 diplomatic reputation. So what you gonna do? Governor Aquitania. The wars that have been fought have been fought. Provincial loyalty is up across the board, so it doesn't matter too much if I put somebody more corrupt. If we give it to... He's deceitful. Gives him a base 0 plus 0.5, but he gets minus 0.08 each month anyway. Dinocratide. August of 726. The game is coming to its close. We got less than 6 months to go. Another governor killed off. We have got to just put a law in place or something about the particularly rotten herrings that keep killing people. They built more metropolises. We got one going too. How many metropolises in the world? 1, 2, 3, 4. That's 4 outside our borders. Inside our borders, we got 1. Didn't realize I was a metropolis. Omana metropolis status. 2, 3. Little tiny metropolis. That's 4, 5. Syracuse makes 6. And then pretty soon, Taxila is going to make 7. They're currently in the process of becoming Metropolis, and will finish up right before the game ends. Hurricanes are upset they don't have enough jobs. I'm thrilled that every other foreign great family is finally dead. The Agids that were hounding us for weeks, they were a Thracian great family. With Thrace eliminated, they became a mere minor character collective. The Recuperids were probably this little bit, the tribal vassal of Rome, that stuck around for a while. Once they were destroyed, Recuperids disappeared. Okay. Scorned families, Heracles. Would they like a boat? He's got 10 corruption. I'm not giving him office. Any more Hera kids want boat space? Agathoclid will give you a boat. All the extra kids and uncles and cousins, they're all going on party boats. Dedid, Dinocratide. Got 7 whole boats over here. Who else wants? Boats for everybody. You know what, Dedid, you're nice and all, but if that's the first Nauticon with our flagship boat, the glory of the Indus right at the edge of it, let's put an Agathoclid in charge of it. And then he's gonna get low loyalty. Maximum loyalty, 86. So no global cruise for him. What's it other D did? He's got 10 corruption, but he's going to Belgium anyway. Let's get this guy back over. The final omen. The final omen in the game will invoke Grandpa and give everyone global food modifier of 7.23% a month. No other omens could be called until the 8th of December, 7:31. That's beyond the scope of the game. We can't get there anyway. This is a fun campaign. Took a long while. There it is, a final year. And now the final month. Almost. It is 7th of February. Until 7 February, 727 is the 8th of February, 727. Is it not actually going to finish before the end of the game? Was it only an estimation? No, there we go, Metropolis. It's just, for some reason, not losing that thing. So we got the Metropolis. We got the final Metropolis. Let's give the Panoply of Achilles to Grandpa's Shrine. Gave us the furthest extent of the Empire to the east, and then we spent the next subsequent generations filling in the gaps in between. And then Death to Tyrants now. And now we'll roll this to its end. We have until... Was it 18 February? 18th of February, 727. Say goodbye to the Empire, folks. We spent a lot of time on this game. Starting off as little tiny Syracuse. Little tiny Syracuse, with a lot of independent guys around us, the Keliotes and the indigenous alike. Carthage on the island to the west and in Malta. Rome. A bunch of independent Italiotes down here who didn't survive Rome at all. Anytime I tried. Every time I was like, okay, I've read the wiki. I know the strategy. Make defensive leagues, join alliances, Rome attacks, help them out. Except every time that happened, Rome would gobble them up. The one time I was available to help fight, Rome just came in, took my new conquests away. I had to boat over, find out, wait a minute, Rome has no forts. sieged down Rome, burned it down a few times, and then they took their conquests and left. I think even though Syracuse is supposed to be a harder start, and starting with Carthage on the west and Rome up there is super scary. Even for a first-time player here, first time playing this style of game to completion when I'm so used to Crusader Kings, and not so used to the abstraction style. Everyone nearby being Hellenic, and even if I can't get into southern Italy easily because Rome is attacking there, pretty easy to hop over, take a few other Greek territories, and they're all Hellenic, so whether they integrate easily, if I want the instant manpower boost, or they assimilate easily, if I want them to be more like me. So, even though it's scary having Carthage here and Rome there, Hellenic is kind of the star of the game, right? Like, Rome is the star of Imperator Rome. So they get all the bonuses, they get extra boosts. But it feels like with all the either allies or potential conquests around you that instantly turn around to become soldiers. That's one of the main things about the game. If you're conquering, and your conquest doesn't have a purpose of either giving you new trade goods to either build you up or build your economy, or to convert and assimilate, to turn into armies, then you're wasting your time. Like when I pushed into Illyria and Pannonia to keep Rome out, when they were still here, and I didn't want them spreading into this area to conquer and become more mighty, and so I pushed here instead first. It gave me a lot of border to keep Rome away, but I didn't have the money to invest into these areas, so they weren't all Hellenic, and they definitely weren't Siceliotes. So all that gave me was nothing, jack squat. That was a poor investment of conquest, because it wasn't giving much economy, it wasn't giving much troops. But luckily I was taking Greece at the same time, and they were Greek, they were Hellenic. And of course, in classic Paradox fashion, once you kick your rivals out, then there's not really anything to stop you. At least not until you fall for the classic Paradox amateur blunder of gobbling up a major competitor when we did our first Imperial conquest against Carthage. With small goals in mind, then we got greedy and took everything. Wasn't paying attention to stability and the consequences thereof, the war exhaustion, the aggressive expansion, and then endless cascade of provincial revolts all over the place. I thought the campaign was going to end there. But it was a hard teacher. We eventually learned the economy, and that exports are better than imports, better than the 2 bonus import routes by not doing anything with the commerce. We got the money to build up provincial infrastructure, got people converting, got them assimilated, started slowly building up people's provincial loyalty little bit by bit by bit. Got governors that weren't corrupt, and slowly things turned around, and then we took over the entire world without any more major provincial revolts. One provincial revolt was everything. That was enough. There was a civil war partway through. That was a hard teacher for how civil wars work here. Civil wars in this sucks. It's basically imperial conquest against yourself. But it taught us how civil wars work. And then I was going to go against Cyprus. None of my great families were disloyal. Everyone had their jobs. No one hated me. And then what is this? Agids. A foreign great family of Thrace had enough people infested onto me like a herpes sore that their great family was causing problems for me. That was the worst lesson to learn about the game. That even if you master the great family stuff to prevent civil wars, other people's great families could decide to take a squat in your land, and they're going to constantly be a thorn in your side and threaten civil war when they're not supposed to, up until you eliminate their homeland. If they have no homeland left, then they become minor characters. That's the only way. We know now that's the only way to eliminate the threat of a foreign great family, pretending that they're a great family in your land. A secret 6th or 7th or even 8th great family. It's nuts. But yeah. First full campaign, first since the tutorial, and first since picking it up. Way back in 2019. Had some hurdles. Learned a fair bit about the game, be it from the tutorial, from the wiki, occasionally popping into Reddit to see what the wisdom of the ancients have to say, and a whole lot of just doing. For a game that was advertised as being an amalgamation of lots of different Paradox flagship games, it's got the pop system, it's got the abstract stuff instead of being the Crusader Kings stuff, but it has some character interaction for Crusader Kings. It's definitely very EU. I played very little of Europa Universalis 4, very little of this, and now that I've made the effort to master this, not mastered, okay? I definitely haven't mastered the game yet. To conquer this first campaign from start to finish, I feel like the more abstract-y Paradox games make a lot of sense to me now. Now that I've done this, I see what they're throwing down and picking up on it now. But, though I'm loving this, different style of game, closer to Europa Universalis and Crusader Kings, while I'm loving it, I would probably play this again. I feel like there's I don't know. The abstraction makes sense now. I can navigate the abstraction. But I feel like there could be tiers. Like the only way to have vassals is if they're independent client states or independent feudatories, right? That's the only way for a vassal to exist. Right now, basically the Hellenistic Empire is me. And the most I have is governors that I could distribute around, which I kind of have to. And if I did take a second stab at actually using legions, legates, to trust my armies too, I kind of feel like maybe there's a little something missing, some little extra spice. Like, this is a very good soup. It tastes delicious. It's got, like, chunks and beef and everything in it. It's got spice in it. But maybe a little bit more spice if there was a bit more to the layers of the realm than, here's some governors, you have to put people in there, yada yada yada. Wouldn't have to be the same way Crusader Kings does it. Crusader Kings is definitely not without its flaws when it comes to its vassal system. But I feel like maybe more could be done with internal divisions. There's a little bit of conflict, like if a governor decides that he's not going to be loyal, then maybe he's not going to listen to you. Maybe there's a slight risk of civil war if enough people of a certain friend group chat decide they're all going to band up together. What spice is missing? Is it that the governates are set in stone, and there's no coagulating or splitting things up as you think might befit the realm? Is it that once they've been absorbed into me, they basically lose any sort of autonomy, any sort of independent desire or agenda beyond my own. They're basically me until the provincial loyalty gets low enough. And then, and only then, they stop being me. How would they make it where there's a little bit more presence to your subdivisions without making it basically CK? I don't know. I am merely the diner who is eating the soup, and in this case, not the fine chef who knows all the different tricks. At the end of the day, I'm loving this. I'm definitely going to play more. Not on stream, I promise. I know that there's like, it's pretty cool how there's folks who came in specifically just for this, either just for Imperator, or some longtime friends who decided, hey, Guinea's back to strategies, let's go hop back over there. So I know it has its fans, but I know that a long staring at the map kind of game doesn't have all the fans, so I'm sure that some folks are going to be happy to know that with the end of this, we're going to be putting big, long, grand strategy campaigns away for a little while. And it is also pretty cool seeing what is basically the preview of Europa Universalis 5. I couldn't figure out this game when I first played it. It's had several updates throughout its short supported lifespan. And now that I see the game, and I understand the game, and I compare it back to the Tinto Talk dev diaries that I used to keep up with, it's basically the same game. The same game, except Project Kaiser, Europa Universalis 5, is going to be this, but more fleshed out and all over the world. Can't wait for 6 or 7 expansions into it, or when the right mods come out, to when I get to play it and play the people I want. But, hey, if I enjoyed this, and if EU5 is going to be this and more of it, I'm sure that whenever that day comes, I'll probably enjoy it as much. And especially now that I got more of a handle on the mechanics of it. So, we've had our after action report. What's happened, the things I love, the things that could have gone better. We got to make some pretty big conquests by the end. Parthia, I don't mind leaving over there. We got more of the Caspian coast from them, got to fill in more of the desert. So the Empire, our up-down empire centered on Sicily, centered on Syracuse, spreading to the Atlantic, spreading down to the Red Sea, Persian Gulf, Indian Ocean. I'm amazed that our goals could keep on building up and building up beyond just survival. Maybe next time I play, on my own time, I promise, on my own time. Maybe next time I play, I'll choose someone outside the Hellenic world, because Hellenic is easy mode. Hellenic is, even if you're struggling, you've got so many neighbors to integrate and assimilate. Maybe I'll try somebody in Iberia. Maybe I won't go full-on barbarian, little tiny barbarian with little tiny barbarian neighbors, to spend 300 years just trying to build something resembling a decent regional power, something with a city. There's cities all around that the game starts with even. There's no harm in being an urban society starting small and then trying to build up an Iberian core that maybe it doesn't push off Rome, maybe it doesn't push off Carthage, but outside the Hellenic influence, it'll be a little bit trickier to build up a superior army right off the bat. But as a city, as an urban city power, it'll have enough mechanics that I could still have a brisker game than, being out here, waiting 500 years just to get started. It could be done, but it would take more finesse than I have. I would say that I'm ready for medium mode now. So let's do it. We've got an empire that I'm incredibly proud of. We're making friends with Maria now that we've broken their backs. But they can't ally with us. So at the very least, they're trying to keep me out of their pool. Great powers do not get to have friends, sadly. Rome? Do you think maybe, now that Rome is major power? There's no way. There's still a major power enough that we could Imperial challenge them. There's no way that we can make them a client state. But it'd be funny. We could maybe fight them enough and make them a client state. And then feed more territories to them to make them a big client state. Oh, that would have been fun! If we fought Rome enough to become a client state of us, and then if we do expansions over here, we just keep feeding it to Rome. So we have a little pet Rome in Central Europe. Oh, that would have been funny! But I'm very happy with what we got done, so let's... It's like having a dying dog, and you know that it's its final years, its final hours even, so you're just sitting with it while it rests its head on your lap, flops its tail around weakly, with its eyes half closed. Alright, little Syracuse. 16th of February. 17th of February. 18th of February. The Hellenistic people are lauded by the gods themselves, having built an empire surpassing even that of Alexander. They noticed! Oh, look at that! Look at that! A little bit extra flavor for when you get to the end. Crusader Kings 2 was pretty fun because whenever you resign a game to go to main menu, or you get to the end of the game, 1453 is kind of like abrupt. But either way, when the game ends to whatever cause, it gives you your score and a little blurb for whichever powerful dynasty the game feels that compares you to. Which is pretty good flavor, and it like scrolls by all the rulers you played as, so you could reminisce on the memories of the stories you made. The stories you made, Crusader Kings 3, not the ones you have to dictate to us, Mr. Pretending to be an RP game. CK2 was so good about that, but this is nice too. I feel like this is score-based maybe, or territory-based. If it's talking about how we built an empire surpassing even that of Alexander. It definitely wouldn't have said that if the game finished while we were still locked in Syracuse. History shall look back on us, not merely as conquerors, but bringers of civilization and truth to all parts of the globe. We could continue playing Achievements Disabled. By Crusader Kings 3, Paradox is a smart thing. This came right at the heels of Crusader Kings 2. Basically, when they're finally finished with Crusader Kings 2 and all their DLCs, and a year before Crusader Kings 3 came out. And so, it's still locked in the era where if you want achievements, it's only Iron Man mode. If you're not playing Iron Man mode, fuck off, you're not getting achievements. By Crusader Kings 3, they realized, you know what? That's actually kind of dumb. And it is. They loosened the restrictions, so you don't have to play in Iron Man mode to get achievements. And you're even allowed a whole lot of mods to get achievements. I've been getting achievements in Crusader Kings 3 playing the Elder Kings 2 mod and doing my little orcish empire, right? I think that that is good. I think that that's okay. You know, you gotta worry, is somebody going to cheat? Is somebody gonna try to save scum? Ultimately, so what if they do? That's why, even though they allow non-Iron Man mode anymore, and some mods, it's not all mods. You can't just make things so fucky that you get the hardest achievements just like that. You know, there has to be enough that you can still do the thing with a little bit of a challenge at least. But sadly, this is Iron Man only if you want to grind achievements. And, the one time I tried Iron Man mode was when we were streaming, was it Tianxia on CK2? I think it was Tianxia. Because I was playing my little Ryukyu Empire. And we're doing good, going from Ryukyu to the other islands, a little bit of Asia. And then out of nowhere, game just game overed, saying, oh shit, you have no more heirs, and you died. And I was like, what are you talking about? I got my sons. I got so many sons. What do you mean game over? I have no... What's wrong with them? What's wrong with my kids? Because especially back in like CK2 and Imperator Rome, just on the heels of it, these are very big, complex games. The game sometimes forgets stuff. It's not uncommon in Crusader Kings 2, if you play long enough, out of nowhere, you'll get the message you have a brand new heir, and it's this guy. And you're like, what's wrong with my kid? Your kid's still there, he's still alive, but the game just forgets, that they're part of the line of succession until you leave and load back in. That's the easy stuff. And sometimes it's a lot more complex than that. Sometimes you get a situation like here where you have foreign great families who have stuff going on in Thrace or wherever else they're supposed to belong in, but they're going to give you trouble as a phantom great family until you eliminate the other stuff. You know, this is complex games get themselves confused. And so Iron Man mode isn't always the safest way to play a Paradox game. That Ryukyu World Conquest Tianxia CK2 thing was how I learned how to edit my save. I had to actually learn save editing to remove the Iron Man flag and get back into the game to make it playable. And I forget what exactly confused the game to make it forget that my two sons existed. Well, that they existed, but that they were actually allowed to be in line for the throne. There was some weird hiccup, because that's just how Crusader Kings gets, even without a big map expansion mod like Tianxia. Even playing vanilla, just regular DLCs, it happens. So I don't feel comfortable playing in Iron Man mode, even to get achievements. These are long games. It feels a lot brisker than Crusader Kings 2 to do a campaign from start to finish, even if I only do the 400 years from 1066 to 1453, and not one of the earlier starts. But this was still 2 full weeks. Monday to Friday, Saturday, Sunday. 8-hour streams, 6-hour streams, sometimes a little bit longer. I could see myself replaying this game. In the tail end of 2025, I can't see myself grinding through for achievements if I have to do an Iron Man. But I had fun. I had fun, and I know that I'll have fun again. And I even got to have a little bit of making up my own stories along the way. You see that, Crusader Kings 3? I don't need 3D Sims picking their noses while a mini novel tells me about how good my character feels to take a giant shit. there was text telling me about stuff, but all the stories were emergent. They came out of the game. They came out of, even though I'm playing as the nation and not as the Agathoclete family, we could have, the Agathocletes could have been deposed. A pretender from the Daedids or Heraclids could have ascended to the throne. We could have played as any of the great families. But I felt a hook in trying to maintain my family and keep them happy and keep them pleased, while also trying to manage the corrupt nepotistic world of keeping the other great families happy. The emergent stories that develop by giving me a face, giving me a system, putting some challenges into the system, that's all I need. I just need a face, the internal and external pressures, which is kind of why I think, like, the whole thing that this game is a mixture of EU, it's a mixture of CK, it's a mixture of all this and that. I feel like there's potential in the character part, but that is kind of a weakness of it. It doesn't have to be Crusader Kings. I'm not asking for it to be as in-depth of a character-to-character interaction thing. As far as a level of depth for, here's your characters, they can come and go. Maybe they're elected officials, you play them for 5-6 years, and somebody else comes in. Maybe you want to handle the internal politics of how to keep the realm stable when the next election comes around. Maybe it's you're playing as an autocrat, and you ideally want your family to thrive, or at the very least, you want the next heir to not be a piece of shit. You want a good next heir. So maybe you're pruning the family tree. Maybe you're allowing this pretender to rise up. It's got good systems there. But I feel like the system isn't supported. Like, I didn't even realize that I could and should be assigning tutors for my close family, for my children, when they're 12 years of age or older. That's something I should have been doing to get some extra boost out of my kids, right? For when they become pretenders, for when they ascend the throne. The reason I had such mediocre rulers for so much of the game was probably because I didn't know that I could tutor them between the ages of 12 and 16. So, I could probably use some more alerts for, hey guy, you're playing an autocracy, and your family isn't married, or your kids are just picking their nose like they were in Crusader Kings 3, why aren't you giving them an education? So it could have used a little bit more of that. There's a squeaky noise of my boyfriend coming home. I gotta make dinner soon. I think it could have used like just a little bit of that, right? Like a little bit of extra support. Like a little bit of guidance for like if you're playing autocracy. Or maybe even not playing autocracy, because it's a great family either way. If you're playing Republic, it's not like... It's not the landed families who are primarily the hot shit in the Senate or whatever. So I think it could use a few reminders here or there. You got unmarried family. You got kids that could use educating. A little bit of that, and I think that it'd be golden on the character interaction stuff. And here we are, the 18th of February, 727. We have conquered more of the world than I thought I would. Imperator Rome is a game whose time span is the rise of the Roman Republic and ends the day that they become an empire. And much like Rome, we could imagine that beyond this scope, the Hellenistic Empire, or Hellenistic Sikeliotes, out of Syracuse, we could imagine that they will keep on busy long past the bounds of the game. They probably won't gobble up more Parthia, Maria, Dravida, or maybe they will. History is now outside my hands. I could see them completing more of Hispania, maybe pushing into the North Sea, into the British Isles. We are a very maritime empire. Maybe our explorations and commerce, which was so dear to us. Maybe someday our naval range will expand, and our Sikeliots will make their way to Southeast Asia, Indonesia, Micronesia. Maybe the Sikeliots will be the first European contact in Palau, long before What's-His-Face and What's-His-Boat from Britain crash lands in the middle of war in Palau, and then we patch them up, and then it's Libu going over to Syracuse instead of going over to London, catching syphilis and dying 6 months in. It's a shame we couldn't get divine sanctions because we could never get the 10 zeal ruler to get the divinity statute law, but I can't have everything. I got the known world, but I can't be God Kings. Though we have plenty of revered ancestors. And that then is where I am going to bring this chapter to a close. The world had been won, the game had been won. So let's go find somebody to raid. Let's see, Zolfar's on, Shining Force CD, Dr. CDCS. Gotta bet he's doing Minecraft. Fenra's on, Jinx is on. And nobody else is playing Imperator Rome. So, let's go raid Jinx then. Thank you guys for hanging out on this super long, super big adventure. Learning the game, and then doing our first major campaign. I loved it. It was great times, and having you guys around with fun chats and conversations to enjoy the ups and downs made it so much more fun. Today especially was really nice. Next week, we'll probably do more next week. We'll move on to we'll move on to more things. I think I have an idea where I want to go next on this stream project. So, look forward to that. Stick around for the raid and say hi to Jinx. And I'll catch you guys next time. Take care of yourselves. In fact, since we managed to finish the whole game, instead of just going to this, let's do...
おめえすごかったぞ。わかったよ。ギー、たまには遊びに来いよ。ほら、いつでもうちのとさ開けられるようにしとくから。ギー、忘れねえでくれよ。俺たち本当に友達だってことをな。ジョン。そしてみんな、銀をよろしくな。じゃあ
息子よ、悲しむ時ではないぞ。今は男の勝利の時だ。勝ち時を。死者には弔いの、生き残った者には勝利の雄たけびを。さあ息子よ。
分かったよ、父さん。仲間たちよ、俺たちは勝ったんだ。
男たちは勝った。数百の力を合わせた男たちの勇敢な戦いによってついに強大な敵赤兜を倒したのである。それは友情と努力と勇気による勝利と言えよう。そして心そして今、父力に代わって新たな総大将が誕生した。小さな巨像、流れ星銀。その姿は厳しい試練の冬を乗り越え、若々しい未来を告げる青春の喜びと、何者も恐れぬ勇気と自信とに輝いていた。
雲の輝こう強く